Hello guys, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday for a second and it's not Wednesday. Anyways, I hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday so far. We've got a significant day for severe weather today across the Arklatex and the plains, and then eventually moving into the southeast and Ohio River Valley tomorrow. So today is a significant day as I expected. Yesterday did not perform too well in terms of last night. That's why we didn't really cover too much on last night. Actually, when we ended up getting off stream last night around 11:30, the warnings pretty much did not exist. So yesterday's overnight event did not come to fruition. So today is going to be a little bit stronger and different on the severe side of things. So we are expecting the threat for strong tornadoes today across portions of eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas, and then damaging winds and large hail will also be possible as well. Kind of all hazards today, with that tornado risk actually being the highest today, which is a little bit surprising that we typically see that toward the end of the month here as we go into October here. A little bit different. We're also going to talk tropics as well. The potential for a tropical cyclone or two to head toward the United States this weekend in terms of the East Coast. We're going to be watching out for that, kind of talking about that as well today. I don't really expect severe weather to start to ramp up here until we get probably closer to about 1-2 o'clock. So within the next hour and a half or so, we'll be watching the threat for significant severe weather today. Now we do have, once again here, if you guys can see on your screen, we do have a tiny little level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk today, and that got added on the last update about an hour ago. Eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. This is going to be for Ozark, Arkansas, Alma, Fort Smith, Sallisaw, Stillwell. We've got Tahlequah as well. We've also got Fayetteville, Arkansas here as well. So if you guys are in western Arkansas here, eastern portions of Oklahoma, we do have the threat for a 1 or 2 strong tornadoes here later on this afternoon as these supercells and these storms initiate right along that warm front. So if you ask what the difference is between a strong tornado and a regular tornado, it's just that EF2 plus potential. So those bigger time wedge tornadoes is typically what we like to or look for in this type of a situation here. So once again, we'll be tracking these storms for the afternoon here for you guys. We have a level 2 slight risk outside of that today with a 5% tornado risk and a 2% that extends basically all the way down here to McKinney, Texas, back up here into central Arkansas, southwestern portions of Missouri here, Joplin, Springfield, Tulsa. We've got Oklahoma City. You're going to mostly be okay. You'll see some potential thunderstorms later on this afternoon, but lesser on the severe side of things here. So, and then we do have that marginal risk for a wind and a hail threat back over here into Texas later on this afternoon. And then overnight tonight, we do have to watch, and I'm a little bit more concerned for this area right up in here for tonight for an overnight wind event. We'll have to see if SPC pushes that risk zone a little bit further to the northeast as time goes on today, as we see potentially a linear event happen. I will mention as well a lot of heavy rain falling, and this is why we don't really have severe weather in this area today, and that's due to just lots of rain. Rain is going to help cool the atmosphere down and kind of keep it stable. And so if anything were to happen up here, it won't happen to start with because we're going to have such a rain-cooled atmosphere. Now, I will mention, though, there is a chance for a couple of thunderstorms up here south of Kansas City this afternoon, mostly non-severe. I don't expect anything too concerning in terms of that. We'll keep you guys updated, but that main corridor of severe weather is going to be right along our warm front today, where we see that threat once again for strong tornadoes later on here this afternoon. So that'll start here in the next hour or two. I do expect a mesoscale discussion to be issued for a tornado watch here very soon. Also, we do have the threat for severe weather tomorrow, a pretty big marginal risk tomorrow. SPC just updated this, no slight risk yet. I do expect a slight risk to more than likely be issued somewhere in this area for tomorrow. Actually, you guys cannot see what I'm looking at here, so hold on just a moment. Where is my display capture at? There we go. I do expect a slight risk to be introduced at some point here for Kentucky, Tennessee. We'll probably wait until tomorrow, once like we did with today's event, where we have to wait for morning time convection to go away, all that stuff, etc. But I do expect a higher risk zone for tornadoes, wind, and hail up here tomorrow. But we do have that marginal risk that extends all the way back down towards Brownsville, Texas, up through New Orleans, and back up here into southwestern Pennsylvania. Tomorrow's threat mostly going to be wind up to 60 miles per hour, maybe some small hail out there. Tornado risk is basically less than 2%. So we'll see how things transition today, because that will basically lead to what happens tomorrow. So once again, if you were in Arkansas today, you have got to be alert. I cannot stress that enough. Just continuing to look at that threat for pretty much the whole entire state of Arkansas is got the threat for tornadoes. And then we do have that threat if you're in Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Rogers, Arkansas. You guys have the threat for strong tornadoes today. So if you were in those areas here in this tornado risk, it's a pretty big tornado risk today. It's really not that small. It's pretty decent sized. We're going to have to watch out for all modes again of severe weather today. Like I said, damaging winds as well as hail, also going to be the possibility for this afternoon as well. Taking a look at the time frame for this evening, we can see, pull this back here, we can see a cluster of storms ongoing here. This will move out, allowing for the atmosphere to destabilize. Really, in the next hour or two, we should start to see little supercells fire off here along the warm front, and these are going to have the potential for a strong tornado. Yes, Rogers, Arkansas. We've got Fayetteville, Fort Smith. You guys have the threat for strong tornadoes today, not weak tornadoes, strong. That's that EF2 plus potential, where the National Weather Service issued a 10% hatch tornado risk. So that little small area here that we're watching in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma are going to have the threat for a couple of strong tornadoes this afternoon, and we will definitely see that. It's, you know, like I said, we talked about this yesterday, we talked about this last night in the stream. If things went not great last night, then things would go worse today, and you can see a couple of long track potential tornadoes here moving through Arkansas between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock this afternoon. We can see those continuing, even another one popping up behind that, and then eventually, if, you know, just to make things a little worse, if we do get any strong tornadoes out here in western Arkansas today, we're going to have a wind event that comes in right behind it later on tonight as the front comes through. So not something, it's kind of like a double whammy here. We're going to have to watch out and see what happens with this as these storms eventually develop. And then eventually overnight tonight, this mode a little bit more uncertain on what's going to happen here closer to midnight tonight. We'll be tracking these storms and seeing what's going to happen with this, but we'll just kind of have to play things out by ear. We also will see some storms down here in northeast Texas and southeastern Oklahoma again later on this evening. So that tornado window today, we'll take a look at the different ingredients in the atmosphere, and we do have a pretty unstable atmosphere, and those conditions are going to continue to move north here. And as we go through time this afternoon, we'll see that instability, you know, deplete and move southeast as storms basically tap into that environment. Taking a look at those tornado parameters as well this afternoon, they are decent. They are actually a pretty good chance at a couple tornadoes here, southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas, and eastern Oklahoma. And then eventually that tornado risk will go down as we go through the evening, and then tomorrow we'll kind of do things potentially all over again. We'll talk more about that as time goes on later on this afternoon, as we get more updates in for you guys there. So like I said, we're just kind of waiting for storms to initiate. If you guys have questions, I'll answer those. We'll just kind of hang out here, wait for a watch to come out. I will say, taking a look at the environment right now, let's go actually and look at where our CAPE is officially at right now. Yeah, so we have a pretty unstable environment here. We are actually pushing 4,500 CAPE here in eastern Oklahoma, right along that warm front here. You can see that ripple wave. That is the warm front there. So any storms that can latch onto that warm front here are going to have the chance at a couple strong tornadoes, maybe even a destructive tornado. So given the parameter spacing that we have for today, south of that more hail, more damaging winds, north of that more hail, more damaging winds. So like I said, it's right along this wave here, this warm front that we see, where we're going to have that higher chance for a couple of tornadoes through this afternoon and through this evening. The good news is, guys, not expecting this to be overnight really, unless you're in Kentucky, eastern Missouri. We'll kind of watch that as, you know, time progresses this evening here. But the good news is this is mostly going to be happening as the daytime is commencing. So we really should start to see these storms blossom here pretty soon. And then taking a look here at supercell composite, like I said, we'll start to see storms initiate along that boundary here very, very soon. You can actually see where the cold front is at. There's a little faint line here. So storms will start to develop off that cold front here as forcing arrives and as our storms start to develop here. So also taking a look at the violent tornado parameters, boy, oh boy, are they there. We definitely have a very high tornado parameter corridor today, and that's where exactly the National Weather Service has that 10% hatch tornado risk placed at. So once again, I'll go back here and I'll show you guys here. Tulsa, you are under the gun for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail this afternoon. You're actually going to be one of the first areas to potentially see these storms here really in the next hour or two if you get anything. That's where it's going to be at. We've got morning time convection clearing out, opening up the door for storms here across this area this afternoon. Damaging winds, large hail, and a couple of strong tornadoes here. And I'll pull up that tornado risk again so you guys can see it a little bit more in depth here. There's that tornado risk, 2% in the green. Yellow is that hatch 10%, and that 5% is the 5% tornado risk. So Tulsa, you're in the 5%. Joplin, you're in the 2. Springfield, you're in the 2. Bartlesville in the 2. Tahlequah, Fort Smith, Rogers, Fayetteville. You guys are all here in threat for significant severe weather. So we are going to have to watch all of this today very, very closely. I'm not expecting anything too crazy in the Ohio Valley today. Evelyn, you should be okay in northeast Ohio. Maybe some general thunderstorms, but not anything significantly too crazy to worry about. You guys are going to mostly be okay. So we'll talk more about tomorrow here later on as well. So pull this back up here. So we're just kind of watching storms, seeing how things are going to initiate today. We got a couple little cells popping up here. Like I said, it's about 1 o'clock here Central Time, so we should be go time here pretty soon. I'll go back here and take a look here again. Also, let's take a look, while I've got a moment with you guys here, let's take a look at the tropics. We do have still Category 4 Hurricane Gabrielle sitting up here just east of Bermuda. This is actually issued hurricane watches for the Azores up here, where we are actually going to see hurricane force winds head towards Spain at the end of the week. You heard that correct. Spain is going to get a tropical storm or low-end hurricane at the end of this weekend as this hurricane continues to kind of progress eastward here and eventually end up impacting other countries, which is kind of crazy. But we are also watching a 90% chance of tropical cyclone development here in the Atlantic Basin here. This will be the storm to watch here south of Bermuda. This storm more than likely going to recurve out to sea. It's not for certain yet. This is the one we have to watch. If you live from Florida up to the Carolinas and up towards Virginia, we have got a 60% chance of a tropical cyclone forming here. And depending on how far south this goes, how far west this goes, we could actually see a tropical storm or hurricane make landfall somewhere along the East Coast this coming up week. So a little bit more uncertain on what's going to happen with that. We can actually take a look here at our tropical waves here. I'll pull this up so you guys can see. Where am I going? Here we go. This is Invest 94L and 93L. Both are tropical waves that are literally trying to develop literally near each other. So this is going to have an effect on how they develop. We can see this wave going west here, this wave kind of sitting here, not moving too much, but eventually we'll take a westerly track. And by the end of the work week here, we will have two potential systems kind of side by side. Egg, they technically won't merge because of the low pressures being imbalanced. We're not going to have that really happen at all. They're going to kind of bounce around each other and eventually, either, move out to sea, or one will get sent to the United States and the other one will move out to sea. So we're still trying to figure out what's going to happen with that here. We actually will start to get our spaghetti model plots here later on this afternoon once hurricane models start to run. So 94L is the one that we are watching to potentially become a United States impactor. 93L to the northeast will more than likely recurve out to sea. And this is the GFS ensembles for this afternoon so far. And we have a little bit of an update here, which is some good news. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the European does this afternoon, but we do see a little bit more of a out to sea curve now with both systems, which would be a great thing to see. I don't know how much I buy that, because you take a look at the, let's look and see if Google Deep AI has anything. I don't think they have an update yet. Yeah, they don't have an update on this on the 12Z yet, so we'll have to wait and see what happens with this. But Google Deep AI this morning was pretty much showing a landfall by the end of the week here. If we take a look at the European ensembles, which I believe more than the GFS, we actually may have a landfall this week. So we'll see what the 12Z does later on this afternoon, and we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. So the environment looks messy so far. I mean, it kind of does look a little bit messy. It's not your perfect, tornado setup, but I do think as storms do fire off this afternoon, there will be a pretty good chance at a couple of strong tornadoes in this environment today. It's not, like I said, the best setup, but a very warm, unstable, warm sector here with a decent amount of shear. We'll have a chance at it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it could happen. So. But yeah, I was going to say, it is more on the conditional side of things, but I do think it is smart that they issued it just in case something does happen later on this afternoon. So it's not, like I said, that guarantee that we're going to see that. So we'll keep you guys updated on that there. I am waiting for a mesoscale discussion for a watch to be issued. So we're kind of just hanging around here, waiting to see what's going to happen here. Fayetteville, Arkansas, like I said, you guys will be in that enhanced risk. You do have the threat for a strong tornado or two today. We'll just, like I said, have to see how things play out. So it is all in the hands of Mother Nature at this point. Alrighty. Yeah, I know the likelihood for a rogue supercell today is a little bit on the lower side of things. I still think it potentially could happen. We're just here to cover, so if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't happen. It'd be a great thing if we don't get anything that happens today. That's always a great case scenario. I appreciate the follow, Helix. Thank you, bud. Yeah, the wraps kind of been a little bit interesting to watch as well this morning. Landstorms or tropical storm? What do you mean a little bit? I mean, we're watching for tropical disturbances off the East Coast this weekend, but we're also covering severe weather today in the Arklatex. So Not seeing any severe weather currently right now. We'll just have to see how this cold front comes together, and if we do get anything discrete, we'll have that potential. There is some ongoing flash flooding here, though, and I'm a little bit more concerned about the flooding threat right now. Southwest of Springfield here, we have flash flood warnings in effect for Neosho. We've got Monette, we've got Bella Vista, Bentonville, Green Forest, all flash flood warnings right now for just what's been a lot of rainfall this morning, and that rain is continuing to push eastward here, eventually moving into Illinois, Kentucky, Indiana later on this afternoon here. We'll see if some of these storms maybe refire. I think the lesser, like I said, likelihood of severe weather up here, mostly going to be looking at some beneficial rainfall, general thunderstorms across the Ohio Valley today, not expecting really anything severe wise. So Conway later on tonight. You guys, where is Conway at? I know I've done this about, there it is. You guys will see storms this afternoon. So Jess, you'll actually have, if the models are semi-correct, we'll just see here, I'll play this out. If the models are even, semi-discrete correct today, we will have that chance for a couple of rogue supercells initiating around 3 o'clock this afternoon up in that enhanced risk, and then eventually we'll have a whole squall line potentially come eastward here this evening. So I think you've got a pretty good chance of seeing some severe weather, whether it's damaging winds, hail, maybe even an isolated tour. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but you can see, like I said, a messier mode, but we'll have to see how things play out here. I do want to watch over here as well near that marginal risk and slight risk that we have over here in northeast Arkansas, maybe a little bit of a higher wind threat, but we'll have to see if the atmosphere can recover from all of the rain from this morning. So that'll play a factor as well in it. What's up, Nicole? Good to see you as well. Ty, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the gifts. Carissa as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Broken Halo, good to see you. And Justin, good to see you as well. Hope you guys are doing well. Yes, that's basically your cold front, Bailey. So once that line comes through, that is your cold front. You're pretty much done. And I'm going to let you guys know as well, you are going to feel a difference once that cold front comes through. We actually have snow falling over here in Colorado today. So once this front officially pushes through, we're not going to get snow, but there will be a nice cool breeze. You're going to feel this cold front once it comes through. So So we'll see. I do think the models do struggle with these setups, so we may get a rogue supercell or two with that tornado threat. I do think, like I said, I think the National Weather Service and SPC do have this area pretty precisely well done today. So yes, we have 4 to 8 inches of snow falling up in the higher elevations of Colorado right now. It is actually crazy that that's happening already. So Fort Smith, you guys are in that 10% hatch tornado risk. So if you were in this orange shaded area, Springdale, Fayetteville, Tahlequah, Fort Smith, we have Ozark, Alma, you guys are in the threat for a strong tornado or two today. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that is the highest threat here that we have, as well as that damaging wind threat and that isolated large hail threat today. So like I said, we're just going to have to wait and see how storms initiate and kind of see how things play out today. We do have a little bit of convection up here that's ongoing that may hopefully stabilize the atmosphere a little bit, but I do think the system will kind of trend a little bit further east here. So we do have now a severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. Yeah, that was a model we were using. So no, that was not in Kansas. I don't know why that popped up. Never mind. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here in Arkansas. Arkansas, that's severe thunderstorm warning for you guys here. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we are now starting to see a little bit of a severe weather threat here kind of materialize here. If you're in Huntsville, Arkansas, this is going to be for you guys here. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail with this storm. So this will be just south of Berryville and Green Forest. Do not spam the chat, guys. You will get muted. There's no need for that BS. Iowa's completely fine. Let's be grown adults in the stream today. All right. Fort Smith, your timing looks to be between about 3 o'clock and 5, between 3 and 5 Central Time today. Like I said, we should be seeing a new mesoscale discussion here very, very soon. No tornado warnings currently right now, no. All right, they issued another severe warning to the southeast. There could be a little bit of rotation on this storm east of Huntsville. I could see that. slightly. We'll do more of a tropics update, guys, here in just a little bit. I'm actually waiting for some new runs to come in right now, so I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for all the love. Very, very much appreciated. Okie dokie. All right, so once again, guys, we're just watching radar here. Kind of waiting. There is a little bit of a hook on this storm too, so there may be maybe a little bit. Yeah, there may be some rotation on this storm here. Definitely possible. We'll see if they change it to Torpos. It's gonna be a long day, guys. It's gonna be a long day. We got a lot of severe weather to cover today, so it's definitely going to be an interestingly long day. We haven't had severe weather like this in quite some time. It's been a while. Steven, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. William as well. Thank you. If there were to be one, Bailey, it would be between 3 and 6. I'm just looking at a couple updates here. Okay. All right. So once again, not a lot happening right now. We are watching these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Arkansas. DFW, you guys will have a threat for some wind and some hail later on this evening. It's very isolated. Oklahoma City, I'm not really expecting anything other than mostly general thunderstorms for you guys today. You're just on the east side here of that marginal risk. Could see an isolated wind hail threat, but I don't see too much here. We're going to be watching the scattered convection here across eastern Oklahoma to see if this can help, or if this gets to be what initiates our main severe weather threat this afternoon. Alrighty. So once again, if you guys will do me the biggest of favors, if you'll tap that screen for me, I would really appreciate it. Let the word out to people, let people know what's going on. That'd be super, super awesome. Lots of flash flood warnings here. Just lots of rainfall. We need the rainfall bad, but not this bad in terms of the flooding threat. So, good thing is those storms are clearing out up here, but we are going to have another round of storms later on this afternoon in southwestern Missouri. So, Fort Worth's, I think, going to be mostly okay. If you guys are down here in Dallas, Abilene, this is a very low wind threat for severe weather. If we get anything here, it's mostly going to be wind and hail. Indiana's, I'm not expecting anything in Indiana today. If we get anything, it'd be tomorrow. Still waiting on a mesoscale to be issued. Yeah, this is not what we want to see. I mean, we know the tornado parameters are going to be very, very high today, but this is getting up there. We have sixes on the board here for our tornado contours this afternoon. So basically, what this tells us is the environment is going to be very, very primed for a couple of tornadoes this afternoon, maybe even a couple of strong tornadoes, especially on that eastern Oklahoma Arkansas line there. So that's what we're kind of waiting to see if we're going to get storms. If we get any rogue supercell that can move through this area, it's not going to be pretty. That means we could have a couple storms ripping through, like I said, western Arkansas around I-40, which would not be fun. You can start to see those higher tornado contours kind of expanding out here as well. So not something exciting that you want to see. Not great. Hello, Tatted. If you guys are coming to the stream, welcome in. Western Kentucky, you'll see a round of storms tonight. Very low chance of severe weather. We'll kind of see if the National Weather Service does anything with that as we go through the 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock update tonight. We'll just have to wait. I'm in Western Kentucky myself, so I'm kind of waiting to see how things play out this afternoon before I kind of make a call on what's going to happen tonight. Nashville, I'm not expecting anything for you today, but you'll have a chance for severe weather tomorrow. Whoa. Interestingly enough, the European model this afternoon turns both of our tropical waves into a major hurricane just off the East Coast next week, which is crazy. So we are watching for a tropical system or two off the East Coast of the Carolinas this week. So that is something that is also concerning outside of severe weather. Once we get through severe weather today and tomorrow, we will be watching the East Coast. We could, in fact, have a tropical system make a landfall this weekend. It is very, very much possible. Florida, I think, is mostly going to be okay right now. We're watching for impacts for you guys. We're really not going to be too confident on what's going to happen until we get closer to Thursday and Friday. I'll know way more in about a day or two. We're just kind of waiting for runs to come in. Interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say as well, Helix. Highway 65 will be an interesting spot to watch as well today. Yeah, I don't like to see what the ensembles are spitting out today. It's interesting. Tatted, I don't. What city is it? Melissa, low in chance for severe weather tomorrow across the Ohio Valley in the southeast right now. Not anything big like today. Interesting new trend that we're getting on the HR right now. Cecilia, we don't have any watches or warnings yet. Other than the severe thunderstorm warning that's ongoing in northern Arkansas right now for wind and hail. It's about it. Someone's heating up my popcorn. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days, y'all. We haven't, like I said, had severe weather coverage in such a long time, so I'm honestly kind of ready for it. If you're in the state of Arkansas today, you need to be watching. That's most of Arkansas is in that severe weather threat for today. all of this severe weather is going to be mostly this afternoon. Mostly this afternoon. So Tulsa, you'll be this afternoon. Like I said, we're just kind of watching, seeing what these storms are going to do to the west here. We've got a complex of storms kind of working already eastward here. See if these storms can latch onto the surface and become tornadic or not. Pine Knot, Kentucky. Yeah, you should be okay today. It's added maybe potentially something tomorrow. I'm ready to chase again. I am ready for fall to be here officially, like in terms of like the weather, like actually being consistently fall. But yes, I love storms. I'm in Western Kentucky, so I absolutely love seeing storms, especially during the evening and nighttime hours because the lightning is pretty. I'll be here for a while then. Heck yeah, I appreciate you guys for watching. Oh, interesting. Okay, I want to show you guys something. This is really interesting. This is basically going to show us where things are going to initiate here. Let me pull this up. I need to take a look at our upper level water imagery once this loads. Fayetteville, you guys are seeing storms now. Your better chance of severe weather is going to be between 3 and 6. Like I said, we should be getting a tornado watch mesoscale discussion here very soon. Why is this not loading? You guys are coming into the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Trying to get this to update. It's not updating. Hold on. There we go. Okay. This is what I wanted to take a look at. I'll show you guys this. Where is the water vapor imagery at? Yeah, so this is what we call water vapor imagery. This is low water vapor imagery. This gives us an idea of when we might start to see these storms pop off. This is very, very important to looking at like severe weather threats. This is what we call our speed max. So we've got a jet stream with our winds in the middle of the jet stream basically being the strongest, and that's going to help aid in getting these storms to fire off. This is our jet speed max. So as this continues to slide eastward here, once we get this jet speed max here of dry air pushed here into eastern Oklahoma with that moisture air, that's what we call basically a dry line setup. It's going to allow for these supercells to kind of explode if they are going to around that tornado risk that we have for this afternoon. So we're kind of just waiting for this jet speed max to get itself here into place. And then once that happens, we're going to have these storms blow up and we'll see, like I said, that severe weather threat really start to get going. So it's about an hour and a half away. So we've still got a little bit of time before that main severe weather threat really starts to ramp up here. But it's just really impressive to watch this. So you can just see lots and lots of dry air here. And that's our trough right there. So the second that this dry air gets pushed in to our moisture here, you're going to see, because of these storms, just kind of go up. So. Dev, thank you for the heart me. Good to see you, dude. I appreciate you for hopping in. Thank you guys for all the gifts. You guys are super, super awesome. So very, very interesting piece of energy when it comes to looking at our severe weather threat setup. Go back here to that one severe thunderstorm warning that we have currently. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Will I be streaming tonight? Absolutely. I will be here, guys, until this is over with. No, Dev, I think in Virginia for Wednesday and Thursday setup, it's going to be very, very isolated for you. I'll know more tonight and tomorrow once we get that data in from the model runs and kind of see what things set up to be, because tonight's going to play once again an implication on how tomorrow sets up. So I wouldn't say quite yet, but just keep it in your back pocket. Dev, what the freaking galaxy? I appreciate you. Make sure you guys follow Dev. He's freaking awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the support. You're awesome. Georgia's not in a risk right now. Thursday, it mostly will be general thunderstorms. I don't see much for Georgia. Be some decent little rain, though, which will be nice to see. It's always good to have. Oh, shoot. There we go. All right, let's see if we have that new her run coming in. I'm going to take a look at this. We get a new update on that each hour. Yeah, these models just really don't know how to handle today. We're pretty decent on the idea of that stronger tornado risk in Northwest Arkansas, but I don't think with all the rain cooled air that we have out in Missouri right now, it's very difficult to see what's going to happen. Miss Magnitude, good to see you. Hope you were doing well. You've been grinding out your streams. I've been seeing that. Yeah, guys, please don't bring politics into a weather stream. Not okay. I will mute you in a heartbeat. No need for that. I don't do politics on the channel. I do weather. Sorry. If you're here for politics, then you might want to go find somewhere else to go. Tennessee will have an isolated wind threat tomorrow for severe weather. It'll be most of the state as well. So we'll talk more about that later on. Hello, Megan. Yeah, I was going to say Fayetteville, Arkansas. You guys have that storm coming through right now. Nothing severe. We've got one little severe thunderstorm warning over here near Jasper and Harrison, Arkansas. But our main risk is starting to eventually get kind of ramped up here. We're just kind of waiting for our forcing mechanism to come in, and we'll see if these storms eventually start to light up here. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Chio. I do. Yeah, I'm just here to give y'all good weather coverage and do the thing I do. So I appreciate it very, very much. Anything near Lawton, Oklahoma? We shouldn't see much today. Lawton, you guys are general thunderstorms. Very isolated if you see any severe weather for wind or hail. I think you're going to be mostly okay, though. I don't see much of an issue with you guys. So we should be getting a mesoscale discussion legitimately like any minute. I don't know why we don't have one yet, unless they're just waiting for things to time out. So get this, guys. It is 93 degrees just outside of Tulsa right now, just to the south of Tulsa, with a dew point of 80. Like, think about that. The dew points are pushing 80s with temperatures in the 90s. Very unstable atmosphere, lots of instability. These storms, I'm telling you right now, these are the soundings that we're getting, or surface observations that we're getting right now. 93 degrees over 79 just south of Tulsa is absolutely insane. That is a very volatile atmospheric setup, and that is why we had that threat for strong tornadoes today due to this issue right here. Lots of moisture, hot instability. You are going to get the threat for strong tornadoes. It's pretty much almost keen every time. It's just, can these storms latch onto the atmosphere and actually use the environment? That's what we saw yesterday. And it's Magnitude with the star map. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And the heart me. You're freaking awesome. So that's that corridor right here that I'm watching for that stronger tornado threat. So that's mostly going to apply to Tulsa. You're just east of that. We'll watch and see. You're in that 5% tour. Tahlequah, we've got Stigler, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Springdale, Bella Vista. Really, in all honesty, I could see SPC potentially extending the enhanced risk a little bit further east too. We'll see. But I do still think that there's a chance for a strong tornado even outside of that enhanced risk, just given the vorticity that we have with our storms today. So it's really going to just depend on that and what happens with that. You'll have that threat, Hebe, for that tornado threat later on. So This is a very impressive setup. Very, very impressive. I mean, you look at these thermodynamics right now. We have 4,500 joules per kilogram of instability right along the warm front here. This is where, like I said, that issue is going to be at for those strong potential tornadoes later on this afternoon. And then taking a look at the vorticity that we've got, there's our violent tornado parameters. We're sitting at a 6 right now, which is insane. I probably did say it wrong, Samantha. That's my bad. Bella Vista. I'm going to butcher some cities and towns, guys, so just bear with me. I'm pretty sure every single chaser that exists in the storm chasing world is out chasing this today because it's our first major tornado risk in like 2 or 3 months. So yes, I'm going to say yes, there are. So we should have eyes to the skies today out there. But it's also Arkansas. Arkansas is very terrainy with lots of trees, so chasers also don't like that. We'll see what happens. May, we haven't gotten our watch yet. It's based off of timing of storms. So the watch and the mesoscale discussion will be issued once we get closer to storm initiation happening, which we should be getting that watch and mesoscale discussion actually here pretty soon because it is almost 1:30 Central Time. So that's what I'm currently waiting on. Yeah, NMS CAF official. Yeah, Fayetteville's going to have some issues potentially today. I can't rule out a strong tornado. Wind and hail will be also the threats. But yeah, I go live on the channel every time we have severe weather and tornadoes and anything like that. Make sure if you guys are watching me on TikTok that you guys follow me on YouTube. We are live on YouTube, so make sure if you guys haven't subbed to me over there, it is free to do that as well. But that way you can guys keep up with me if something ever happens to TikTok. So I do appreciate y'all very, very much. I cover tropics, I cover severe weather, I cover winter weather, I cover weather for all 50 states. So if you need a reliable weather person, that is me. I am also in meteorology school. I don't just do this for shimmies and giggles. I am actually like almost a degreed met, and I will be here very soon, hopefully. So I actually go back to school in January after about a semester or 2 off. So I needed to take time off to save up for school. I appreciate that, Jitterbug. That means a lot. It does, it does. I appreciate you guys. Louisville, Kentucky, you'll see a chance at an isolated severe threat tomorrow. Like I said, we'll talk more about tomorrow later on. Shimmies and giggles. I know I did say that. I definitely did say that. I appreciate that, NMS CAF. I appreciate you, bud. Every single sub means a lot. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Am I getting weather today? Absolutely. It's going to be tonight when everybody's sleeping, and it's just like we when we get storms here in Western Kentucky, it literally, if it's severe, it happens during the nighttime. Like, I'm not even joking. It gets so old, but at the same time, you like it because you can see the lightning better, and it makes for beautiful, beautiful videos and posts, which I'm completely okay with. But I can't get a single severe weather event to rarely ever set up during the afternoon where I can actually go outside and actually watch it. So, tonight will be again tonight. Tomorrow may be afternoon, so I'm hoping tomorrow I'll get a chance to get out there and actually look at some things. Yeah, I think we'll have a good chance at a couple of PDS warnings today as well. So I don't think we'll get a PDS watch since it's not a moderate risk zone today. It's a very small, but we will get a tornado watch. Absolutely. We should be seeing a mesoscale discussion here very, very soon for tornado watch, likely because it is about 1:30, and I do think that at that point we should be seeing something here soon. So said models are a little bit all over the place sporadically with how today is going to set up, but we'll just, like I said, see what happens. All right. I don't think we'll get the tornado watch into Texas. I don't know, though. We'll just kind of have to see what the mesoscale discussion says once we get it. If I could predict the future, guys, I wish I could. I would do it in a heartbeat. Which model do you believe is the most likely outcome? It's really hard with this type of a setup. I've looked at the NAM, I've looked at the wrap, I've looked at all of them. I don't really think we're gonna have really one model be accurate today. It's just a really kind of messy setup with the convection this morning, and with timing being a little bit later. So if I were to guess, we'll see if the her's right. I don't like to be a her stuck up and just agree with the her every single time. But I also do think we'll see more of a linear mode at some point this evening. So it's just dependent on how long that supercell window is going to be. I would be the split between almost the wrap and the her, but then again, I'm not too certain on that. I appreciate that, Justin. I do. Thank you. I appreciate that, Destin. That means a lot. You guys are awesome. You guys are freaking awesome. What is the swirl up near Topeka, Kansas? That would be the low, I'm pretty sure. Yes, that is our low. That is our low pressure. So that low is actually sitting right up here. So that is what's going to be shifting eastward and giving us some severe weather tomorrow in the Ohio Valley. We do got some rain finally pushing into the Ohio Valley here, though. We got some thunderstorms ramping up here, so go figure I'll actually get storms while I'm on stream today. Hello, Steph. So a line storm, or a little line segment here, starting to pick up a little bit as well. Got some observed flash flooding here as well in Van Buren, which is, go figure, it's always Van Buren. Van Buren either gets a tornado or they get flash flooding. I've seen this too many times this year, especially back in the spring. Egg, they do a good job. They are amazing. I can't like give you guys an answer on how long something's going to last over an area. We are going to see more storms eventually fire off back up here in Springfield later on this evening. So we're seeing all this morning time convection that came through this morning clear out. And once that clears out, we'll have more storms kind of fire along the cold front. What is my cat doing? Hold on. I'm back, y'all. Sorry. Me watching from Fayetteville. Yeah, it says Fayetteville, Arkansas. You're getting your storms now. This is not your main event. Don't let this little line of storms fool you, because we're gonna have more here later on in just a little bit. That was Autumn that was in here. I'll have to, when Jenny Park comes in here, I'll show her later. Oh, man. I'm still really shocked we don't have a mesoscale yet. It's weird. Usually they have one out by now already. Nick, honestly, within the next hour or two, because once these storms initiate, they will be moving quickly east. Yeah, so this is these storms that you guys are seeing, these little pop-in storms here, I guess is the word I'm going to use for it. These are what's going to eventually turn into these storms that work their way across the east here. So it's a very, very favorable environment here across eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. So if you don't have your like severe weather plans in place, if you're, you know, thinking about going out, I would do that in the next hour or so, because by the time we get closer to 2:30 here, that's when things may start to go severe. We're already kind of starting to see some of these storms potentially not strengthen yet, but we're getting to that point. So it's going to take one or two of these to get going, and then we're going to have ourselves an issue. So that's what we're waiting on, is that initiation. Sierra, you also should be good now. I did not see a change in your update from earlier.
A new MCV
Oh,
has
there it
been
is.
issued for this location.
There is our mesoscale discussion. Watch, tornado watch likely. That's what I was waiting to see. That's going to be for eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. So once that pops up here, we'll get that. That's what I was waiting for. I told you guys right around 1:30 was when it would probably be issued, so wait for that to pop up here. I believe we'll also see it once it pops up on the map here as well. Wait for that mesoscale to pop up. If you guys have not followed, do hit that follow button. I appreciate it very, very much. What's up from El Reno? You guys actually should be mostly okay in El Reno today. I'm not expecting anything for you guys other than maybe a general thunderstorm or two. You're actually just almost outside that general thunderstorm risk. Is there a thunderstorm in Tulsa? Yes, there is right now. Little pop-up storm. We're just waiting on this mesoscale that just came out to pop up. Southeast Missouri, Boot Hill. Yes, we'll be watching out for an isolated tornado risk for you guys this afternoon, damaging winds and some large hail possibly. So rather today is the highest. Today will be the highest risk we'll have probably in quite some time. Things are going to get quieter after this week. We're just going to be watching the tropics after tomorrow and Thursday. There's that mesoscale discussion. So tornado watch is likely. So this is going to be for eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and extreme northeast Texas. So it says severe thunderstorm development is expected by mid to late afternoon across eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. Supercells posing a risk for a few tornadoes. 1 or 2 may be strong. Large hail up to 2 inches in diameter and damaging wind gusts up to 70 are expected. Severe storms may develop toward the Red River, far north Texas by early evening. 1 or more severe thunderstorm or tornado watches will be likely by 20 to 21 Z. So they're going to end up issuing this watch probably in the next hour, since we had that mesoscale discussion just now. This is actually a really interesting discussion too. At 18Z, a surface low cold front was located across central Oklahoma, and an outflow boundary extends west to east over extreme northeast Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas. To the east and south of these features, pockets of clear to partly cloudy skies have allowed for strong surface heating, and temperatures have climbed in the upper 80s to low 90s amid 68 to 70 degree dew points. That is a very moist atmosphere. This is supporting a corridor of moderate instability with 1,500 to 2,500 joules per kilogram of ML CAPE across the region. Inhibition is also a rapidly eroding, and visible satellite indicates increasing cumulus. Mid-level convection also has been increasing, and deepening closure to the surface front, suggesting convection will likely increase coverage intensity over the next couple of hours. Wind profile data from KINX VWP shows curved low-level photographs becoming elongated straight aloft at the surface low. As the surface low continues to develop east-northeast through the afternoon, low-level SRH is expected to increase and likely become maximized within the surface outflow vicinity, where back low-level winds are noted. Tornado potential will be maximized with a corridor of near north of the I-40 across northeast Oklahoma into northwest Arkansas. A tornado watch is likely for this area. Further south, vertical shear is expected to be weaker, less favorable, but damaging winds and larger hail still be possible across the development southward along the front toward the Red River. And a severe thunderstorm watch is likely to be needed south of the tornado watch across southeast Oklahoma and southwest Arkansas. So basically, in a nutshell, I'll refresh this here so you guys can see the graphic. I know that's a lot of information that I just read to you guys. Yeah, so greatest tornado risk is going to be hatched here in that significant where we've got, this is actually a pretty decent tornado watch too. We are expecting hail 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter, 55 to 70 mile per hour winds, and a strong EF2 to EF3 tornado cannot be ruled out this afternoon across eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. And then further to the south here, we'll have a severe thunderstorm watch issued for northeastern Texas and southwestern Arkansas. So that Tor watch will be eastern Oklahoma and over. And then we'll have that watch issued by 20 to 21Z. So that's within the next 2 or 3 hours here, roughly. So that's what I wanted to see when that was going to be issued. Central Arkansas will also be a part of that watch more than likely at some point, yes. It's a very, very favorable environment today for tornadoes. We do not like that, though. Not good. And I believe the updated, yeah, we'll get an updated timeline on this here soon as well, so. We've now also got ping pong ball size hail over here near Harrison and Jasper inside this warning as well here. Poplar Bluff, you're mostly getting rain today. I don't really expect too much severe weather for you guys. Mostly going to be rain today. There's a low-end chance for some severe weather. We'll see what SPC does when they update again, but... pretty nice little line of storms here. Actually, Poplar Bluff... hold on, there you guys are. You're actually getting storms right now. So mostly heavy rainfall, some general thunderstorms here, not expecting any severe weather. Do be mindful, though, there is some observed flooding just to the west of you guys. Southeast Oklahoma will more than likely be in a severe thunderstorm watch. So that tornado watch will more than likely be issued for these areas right here. And then we'll get a severe thunderstorm watch that probably extends down like this. So severe watch here, and then we'll have a Tor watch more than likely here is what that mesoscale discussion said. If that makes sense to anybody. That's horrible drawing, but... we're just going to have to wait for the watch. I can't speculate when the watch is going to happen. They said between 20 and 21Z, so that's within the next hour or two. Alrighty. How many do I think will happen today? Hopefully 0, but I think we could get a couple out there today. I think 6 or 7 possibly. I think that's a good number. I'm not going to speculate though on that because I don't know. Hopefully we get 0. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This is going to be south here of Harrison, Jasper, ping pong ball size hail, and 60 mile per hour winds. So this is going to be headed towards Mountain View and eventually Batesville next. Little line of storms here. Marginal risk is for isolated low and severe weather. Get back out here. I'll take a look at these storms. Yeah, we're still waiting on our main forcing to come in, so these storms are struggling just a little bit. Oh, you're fine, Carissa. You're good. I appreciate you. We'll get another run in here soon. Alexis, you should be fine today. Tomorrow there will be some potential for severe weather in Louisville. Most of Kentucky is in a risk tomorrow. be a low end risk, but we're gonna still have to watch it. Could see an upgrade in the future potentially. Severe coming towards Mountain View. Mostly some larger hail. Tahlequah, Oklahoma, you guys will be seeing your storms here soon. You will be getting a tornado watch here soon. Yeah, Julie, it's a little bit harder to speculate up here along the warm front. Sometimes you can get a tornado or two up here along or just north of the warm front. It just depends on how instability looks. And right now we just had all that rain move through. So we'll see what happens. Some of the models do hint at a pretty big wind event later on this afternoon as that front comes through. So I'm a little bit more unconfident on what's going to happen up here in this northern mode. More confident down here. So if you can get what I mean, and that's due to all this rain that just pushed through, which most of this rain is actually eventually going to be pushing its way out here. So we're seeing lots of thunderstorms though down here into Poplar Bluff right now. So as this complex of storms goes east. We'll do a tropics update again here in just a little bit once we get some more data. And I'm waiting for all of our lunchtime data to come in. So we'll talk then. St. Louis, Missouri. I think you guys are going to be mostly okay. Just enjoy the rainfall you guys are going to finally get. You guys need the rainfall bad. They may, if this rain clears out in the next update, they may extend the marginal risk still further to the north here. We'll see. I'm not too speculating on that. There's not really a cap today. We're waiting for our front to come through to kind of get things going. That's what today's about, is just waiting for that trough to come through. What's up from Jacksonville, Arkansas? I love seeing all my Arkansas people in here. Appreciate you guys. Tulsa, you're right on that marginal slight risk here, so anything could happen. I'm hoping that you guys will be, not getting anything today. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, like I said, we're waiting on the trough to come through. Initiation isn't really expected until almost 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, so we've still got a good amount of time before storms get going. What's up, Katie? Southern Illinois is not expecting any severe weather today whatsoever. Actually, sorry. Jonesboro and Vienna, Illinois, very low end chance for some 60-mile-per-hour winds tonight, but I'm not too worried about it. We'll see a better chance of severe weather tomorrow. About Louisiana, marginal risk Laney, enjoy it. Got a little storm here south of Henrietta that we'll watch as well. McAllister, you're in that slight risk, isolated torrential risk, wind threat, and hail threat today. Alrighty. We should be getting another new run in here soon. We're going to get the 18Z run in. So this will show today and it'll show tomorrow. So this next update will be pretty interesting. We'll get a new SPC update as well as in an hour. Yeah, Poplar Bluff right now, you're getting those thunderstorms down there. Lots of lightning and thunder with that storm complex as well. Best case scenario today, we get continue to get a messy mode of storms, and we just get a wind event rather than a tornado threat. That's always possible, so we'll hope for that. It's not guaranteed we're going to get tornadoes today, guys, but that threat is there just in case something happens. So it's always, like I said, very, very complicated to forecast some of these messy, complex setups. We're going to hope and pray. That's the best case scenario today. Pretty Skittles, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Yeah, make sure if you guys are asking questions so the team can answer that you're doing city and state, please. Take a look here. A little bit of some spin here in Jasper. We're continuing to watch that severe thunderstorm warning here for Marshall and Jasper, Arkansas. I could see it, Brian. I could see it. The storm here south of Harrison looks pretty good. Definitely producing some pretty decent hail. Ping pong ball size hail. So we head towards Marshall and then Leslie and then Mountain View. This storm will probably honestly track maybe towards Memphis later on this evening if it stays going. Yeah, Brooke, it doesn't look like you're going to get anything right now because the storms haven't happened yet. So Fort Smith, Arkansas has the higher threat today for a strong tornado or two, damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour, and then that hail up to 2 inches. So those storms haven't initiated yet, and they're going to initiate to the west. I'm watching the storm just north of Tulsa, though, too, as well. We'll see if the storm makes an attempt to do anything. Dallas is in the green. Yeah, you guys are in the green today. In that marginal risk. Maryland, not really expecting too much. I mean, you guys do have a low-end wind threat tonight, or this afternoon here. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, possibly from Scranton all the way down here to Washington and Baltimore. Just be on the lookout for that, but I don't think anything tornadic is going to happen. All right. Yeah, this storm could actually potentially be an issue. here in Jasper. This is the one I'm watching for a little bit of rotation. I don't think we'll get a tornado warning on it yet, but it's definitely got some spin to it. Yeah, I was looking at Elkins, Arkansas a minute ago too. Taking a look at that. There's a little bit of rotation just north of the Elkins. Models do have this little complex of storms potentially becoming tornadic on the run, so it's definitely possible. Yeah, it's not good if the sun is shining. That means your instability is going up, which means it's going to be worse later on down the road for you. A lot of people think the sun comes out, that it's a good thing. It's not. San Antonio, Texas, not today. No severe weather expected for you guys. Yeah, Little Rock, that's not good. Not good at all. All right, we're gonna get that new run here in just a minute. A very interesting 18Z her run coming. Let's see here. Yeah, I know, for real, bro. I wonder with the rain cooled air that's in northern Arkansas. So this is something to note here. I'll show you guys this. Just kind of taking a look at the dynamics that we've got right now. So with all of this rain that's kind of been sitting in place here this morning, or so far this morning to this early this afternoon up here in northern Arkansas, it may actually suppress and expand our greater tornado risk further down here to the south. So we're still going to have, Fort Smith being in that. We're still going to have Fayetteville being in that. But if you're up towards like Bella Vista, we're up towards like the southwestern Missouri border here. Unless this instability can get surged to the north, we may see lesser of a tornado risk up here and more of a tornado risk shifted south. So that's something to kind of take a note of here with the data that's coming in. It's going to shift it a little bit further to the south, just a little bit. Tennessee's fine today. There's nothing expected in Tennessee today. Maybe some rumbles of thunder, some general thunderstorms, but you guys are fine. This is well over here in Oklahoma. Yep, not a problem. There we go. I'm watching this storm here in Tulsa. It's northeast of Tulsa now. We'll see if this becomes our first little bean. First little bean of the day. Tomorrow I'm not expecting any severe weather in Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, no. And these storms are going to explode once they get into this eastern portion of Oklahoma. This storm would be on a track kind of eastward here, northeastward. What's up, Jay? So we're still watching this one severe thunderstorm warning here that is south of Harrison, tracking very, very slow today. Very slow. Other than that, pretty chill right now. I'm going to get that new 18Z coming in. We'll see what the forecast looks like. Yeah, that's not good. Already starting out with a bang on the 18Z coming in. It's shifting that isolated tour risk, stronger tour risk a little bit further south on the 18Z run as well. Oh, let me go back here. There we go. I think you should be fine, Kayla. Clarksville is kind of in that weird mode where we may see something, we may not. It just depends. I think you guys are going to be okay until school lets out, because school gets out in about an hour for most people, I think, Central Time-wise. This is a little interesting being up here near Garnet. See if that thing can get developing. Potentially a little bit of spin up here near Mountain Home and Gasville Flippin and Bull Shoals. A little bit of weak rotation. I don't think there's anything too impressive with that. And just kind of something to take note of again as well. Hello, Anna. This line segment is intensifying as it gets ready to come into Kentucky. Very impressive little line segment here. We're going to continue watching this little storm over here. Yeah, the 18Z is interesting. I'm trying to figure out what it's trying to do here, what it's seeing. Last night was beautiful. We ended up getting off stream after an hour in just because nothing happened, really. Hello, Danny. Yes, Reed is out chasing today. A lot of chasers are out today. I'm doing good, Danny. How are you? Okay. Sorry, I was reading another discussion on something. That little storm fell apart. Still got some rotation here on this storm. Southeast of Jasper. We're keeping an eye on this one. This is headed towards Gilbert and Marshall. It's in Arkansas. Yeah, I saw that, bro. I was just looking at that behind the scenes. Yeah, these tornado parameters are ridiculous right now. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Guys, I'm back. Sorry. I had to make a peanut butter sandwich and eat it because I was hungry as well. Because I know when things start happening, I'm not going to be able to eat anything. Okay. Hello, guys. Welcome into the stream. I had to make a PB&J sandwich. I was hungry. No, it was no, it was peanut butter and jelly. It was peanut butter and jelly. I mean, I could do peanut butter and peanut butter. That also sounds like a great option. All right, so it seems to be that nothing has changed yet. Nothing has changed quite yet. Golly. The models just don't know what to do with today's setup, I swear. You guys might get an exclusive Mesomat live stream tonight after midnight outside my front porch. You might. If storms come our direction. It's very possible. I'll show you why here. Hold on. I'm not going to show you guys where I live at. I live in Western Kentucky, but... where's my screen at? There it is. Excuse me in advance, guys. Excuse me. I should have muted for that. That was gross. That was my bad. Apologies, guys. Here's our newest 18Z Her run. So it does show discrete supercells. Very short window down here where we had that strong tornado risk today. More storms are going to redevelop back up here along the cold front that end up becoming linear. And you can see tonight, as time progresses, tornado threat goes down. But take a look at this. This is really interesting. The models have been, both the 12Z and the 18Z have been persistent on a little MCS moving through Western Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana after midnight tonight, which I really am okay with because I need storms. I want storms. So this will push through Western Kentucky and actually intensify around 1 or 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So this will be interesting to watch. I want to see if this trends or not, because if this convection clears out before the time it gets into Kentucky, that'll allow for stronger storms tonight. So I could see that marginal risk actually being pushed a little bit further to the east. We'll see what happens on the next update. Tornado parameters will definitely be there. Actually, that's not what I want to see over my backyard. I live in this area right here, and we've actually got some 1s and 2s for STP tonight. So is Mesomat going to get a tornado in his backyard tonight? Who knows? That would be crazy. It wouldn't shock me, but it would be crazy. So interesting little setup. Legitimately, though, it always does. That's very true as well. That is very, very true. We'll see what tomorrow looks like on the models, too. The models tomorrow are going to be very interesting to watch as well. This is the area that I think for tomorrow will be very, very favorable for severe weather. We'll just see what happens. Yeah, that's also true as well. So, the good news is with today's severe weather threat mostly should be done by 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. So, it's not like we're going to be on here all night long. So, we'll see what happens. That's crazy. Yeah, the radar right now isn't going to show anything because there's no storms for you guys because storms haven't even developed yet. What was the last thing you had circled? Tomorrow's severe risk for Tennessee, Kentucky. We'll have more on that later on in the stream, but I was just kind of looking at for tomorrow. Excuse me. All right. We do got some storms firing off just east of OKC here. Little pop-up thunderstorms. Nothing impressive right now. We'll get an SBC update in about 30 to 45 minutes. Now we are starting to see storms initiate up here along the surface low, and these will mostly have an isolated wind and hail threat, but once they get kind of down in this direction here, we may start to see that wind and QLCS mode kind of set up. So that'll be interesting to watch as well as this convection clears out. Most of this rain is starting to fizzle out. Cape Girardeau, Sykeston, you guys are going to get a nice little line of storms here. Sorry, guys, as well. It's been a pretty boring 2-hour stream. So I expect stuff to ramp up here very soon. It's just kind of taking time to get going. A little bit different than last night. Boring is safe. That is true as well. I am okay with boring. If we escape today with no tornadoes, I'm completely okay with that. Genuinely. Completely okay with it. Oh, guys, hey, look at the radar. Hey, look, weather modification. No, I'm just kidding. That's not. That's just the radar the radar rings. Just kidding. I was waiting for somebody to say something on that. I'll get someone's feathers ruffled up on that. Just kidding. What's the streaks of green? That's just the radar ring. Radar does that sometimes. It's normal. Weather modification does not exist, though, other than cloud seeding. We can talk about that another day, though. Alrighty, let's see here. We should be getting our watch very, very soon. These storms over in eastern Oklahoma are still struggling a little bit. None of these have really became surface-based jet. Yeah, that's true as well. That's just as well, babe. Memphis is looking super dark. You guys have a couple of little clouds around here, not anything crazy. We're just kind of waiting for things to get going here. This is a very good thing. Let me see if I can get another little update here. Oh, not the flash flood warning. Oh, so this is going to spice some things up. How about we take a look at the European ensembles for our 2 tropical waves that just came out? Oh, buddy boy, is that a problem? That is not a problem that we want to see happen. That is both wave ensembles. That is a problem and a half. Not a good one to have. These are the EPS ensembles that just came out. Every single one of these circles is the potential on where our tropical system can go. You see a problem, either too close or inland. These are our 2 tropical systems that we are watching that are just east of Puerto Rico right now. So that is a problem. We don't want to see that. Not great. Not great at all. Not good. Of course, the GFS ensembles today completely took both waves out to sea with no members showing a landfall, which is quite ironic, which I would expect. Welcome to GFS ensemble land. Someone commented underneath the post and said 100 hurricanes at once. Actually funny. It does look like a petri dish. It does. It's gonna be very interesting tracking these systems. Can I cover Southern Illinois? There's not much happening other than some rain. So guys, we are about really 30 minutes away from initiation on these storms. We are getting very, very close here to where we're going to have to watch these little beans popping up here. Still pretty decent, not seeing anything crazy, but I just really think we're going to get a storm that's going to explode through here very, very soon. Yeah, the Gulf is going to be interesting. October is known for producing many tropical systems in the Gulf. I think it's just a matter of time. We saw Milton last year at the end of October, major Cat 5 hurricane, one of the strongest hurricanes on record in the Gulf last year. Ended up making landfall in Tampa as a Cat 3 hurricane. You guys remember that? We covered that last year. It's just a matter of time. If we escape hurricane season this year with nothing in the Gulf, I will be ironically shocked. And that's going to lead to a bigger severe weather season as we go into winter. So I think we'll get something eventually at some point. It's just a matter of time. But it definitely, the Gulf will become a lot more favorable as we go into October because our jet stream will let up and it'll allow for basically an open area development. So we'll see what happens as we go into the month. I'm not seeing anything that's really signaling any not discrete. I'm not seeing anything other than some GFS ensembles that are showing something towards next week down there, but I want to get through these two tropical systems that we're watching on the East Coast before we get anything else. That'd be great. Completely okay with that. Excuse me. Hold on one second. Okay. Alrighty. Central Arkansas right now looking pretty decent. We do now have another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued here. This is for Huntsville, Arkansas. Got that complex of storms here. These are mostly elevated storms. I'm not seeing anything impressive other than some wind and some hail out of those. Like I said, we are seeing multiple pop-up thunderstorms here, and these are the ones that we've really got to watch to start to develop here. Got to watch those. Haven't seen anything really kind of like explode yet, so. We now have 5,000 CAPE in eastern Oklahoma, which is not good. Not good. No bueno. That's eastern Oklahoma. It's just all of eastern Oklahoma that's got that instability. I'm also waiting for our hurricane models to come in as well. Oh, interesting. We do now have hurricane models coming in, actually. Yeah, this is not what we want to see on the GEPS ensembles right now with the... We got our first run of spaghetti plots just now for our Tropical Wave 94L. And you can see most of the agreement kind of takes it here as we go into the weekend. This is where things get interesting. Does it go left? Does it go north? Or does it go out to sea? You got a pretty decent amount of ensembles here, but you also have 50% of the ensembles that take it this direction. So a lot of things to figure out with our tropical wave. It could literally go into the United States, or it could go out to sea, or it could go north. There is so much direction on where this is going to go, and potentially, you know, where it could hit at and how strong it's going to be. We're just going to have, like I said, watch it right now. It's not doing a lot. It's not that impressive right now. So the longer this thing takes to get together, the further west typically it would track. So we'll see here how things play out. We've also got 93L just to the northeast of it. This system I expect to mostly recurve out to sea. I don't think this one will have any land interaction. It'll be 94L if 94L does. And they've actually got some of these hurricane plots are already calling for a Cat 4 hurricane before it even gets a named system. So we will see what happens. It's a very interesting situation. I'm also waiting for these ensembles to update. Most of the GFS ensembles this afternoon have in fact recurved this thing out to sea. In a lower end scenario here. Some do take it further to the north, some take it west. We'll just have to see what happens. I also think the National Hurricane Center is going to highlight another issue, another area down here to watch. So, but GFS takes it mostly out. Euro is what I'm waiting on. We should get the Euro ensembles here pretty soon. Yeah, Euro has not updated yet. But this was the Euro ensembles last night. This is not what we want to see. The Euro ensembles last night took most of this onto the East Coast. So we'll see what the 12Z does. I don't think the Google Deep AI runs have come in yet either. Yeah, Google hasn't come in yet, so we'll have to wait until that comes in officially. We are starting to get some more severe thunderstorm warnings, though. We got a new warning here. This is going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All of these are for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we're watching this little complex of storms continue eastward here. I'm not seeing any rotation on any of these storms quite yet, so we're just keeping it elevated right now, mostly. Now, we do have a little thunderstorm that just popped up here in the Enhanced, so we'll have to watch that one. Interesting model runs. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the hurricane plots that came in. Okay, alrighty. We'll see what happens with that. Lots of thunderstorms popping up here. Lots of them. Iowa's going to be fine tonight. I'm not expecting anything in Iowa. We're gonna start watching all these little storms popping up. Okay. I appreciate y'all for staying tuned here to the stream. We got 170 guys watching here on TikTok, a bunch of y'all watching on YouTube. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the gifts. Ro, Ashley, Lab, thank you guys very, very, very much. We're just waiting. We're here to cover. So if something happens, we'll be here to cover it. If nothing happens, then that's the best case scenario, right? I'm actually going to grab a blanket because my feet are cold. My feet are cold. Alrighty. Alright, they just put a day 3 marginal out. This is interesting. So this is our risk zone for Thursday. How about that? The whole entire state of North Carolina, all of South Carolina, all of Georgia. There is your thunderstorm risk if you're in the southeast. Very, very low wind threat for severe weather on Thursday. Mostly going to be damaging winds and hail. This goes from Boston, Massachusetts, all the way down here to New Orleans. That is our severe weather risk for Thursday. Very interesting setup there. I always get these cold fronts that come through. See if it says anything. Yeah, it'll be a wind threat mostly. You're right, Courtney. That's that front that's going to come through on Thursday. That's going to, what's supposed to push our tropical system out to sea, but because it's taking longer for that to develop, that's why. Thank you for the follow, Brian. I appreciate it. Which means we'll get our day 1 update again here very soon. We'll see what they do with that. Interesting, interesting. Take a look at these storms into Kentucky again. Oh. Hey, babe, look at radar. I don't know if you're still watching, but... Interesting. Got a little cluster of storms coming up here towards northwestern Kentucky. It's pretty impressive there. Got some storms coming here out of western Kentucky. This line of storms is mostly producing heavy rainfall. I have not seen any severe thunderstorm warnings attached to this yet. That's good news. I have to watch that. Carthage, Missouri. You guys are in that marginal risk with that tornado risk up there. Just slow. Believe lightly. Let me look here. Where's Carthage at? I know I've covered you guys before. Where the hell's Carthage? Yeah, you guys are in that marginal risk. You got a low end tornado risk this evening. Just be mindful of that. We'll be watching for your storms here in just a little bit. Hold on, y'all. I'm back. Sorry, y'all. I'm watching for storms in our backyard, and I had to help out with the kids. We have Jennifer. We have Jennifer. We love Jennifer. Purr, purr, purr. All right. Really still nothing happening. Oh, we do have, hold on. We got two little storms here trying to get going near Tahlequah. Nothing still impressive yet. We have more impressive storms over here in eastern Missouri. Alabama's good. You guys are fine right now. We're not expecting anything today or tomorrow. All right, there's a new warning. Interesting European run. What do you want out, Jenny? Go. 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 Gosh, this cat is annoying. Yeah, I'm watching the new Euro ensembles come in. We'll get a new Day 1 SPC outlook here in just a few moments as well. Other than that, not a lot going on, guys. Legitimately, not a lot going on. I want to watch these two beans near Tahlequah. Those are the first two to watch. We might get a condensed risk zone here in a few minutes as well. Something to just make a note of. Okay. Yeah, tropics are interesting. I'm watching the new ensembles for lunchtime come in. That's not good. Completely opposite of what the GFS had. So here is the European ensembles, which I trust more than the GFS. Here is 93L and 94L. This is this coming Sunday. This is where these storms could be at by this Sunday. So this one right here, more than likely going to go out to sea. This is the one that we have to watch, is 94L. This will be either become our H-name storm or our I-name storm. Now, I'm going to play this out through next week because the timing of these storms now are moving back a little bit in terms of they're not going to be coming this direction until next Monday or Tuesday. But take a look at this. Pretty much every single European ensemble has a landfalling tropical storm or hurricane next Tuesday on the East Coast. Every single run, almost. This is 93L, this is 94L. That is not a trend we want to see. That is not a good trend. Some of them actually take this into the Gulf, which I don't think is going to happen. But this is not a good trend. We don't like that. Not a great trend. The GFS had it going out to sea. The European takes it inland. I would hate to even see this scenario play out. The good news is the longer this waits to develop, the weaker it would be. And it's not, once again, guys, it's not for sure like 100% certain. But this is a very, very strong signal on the Euro. And the Euro is pretty decent in terms of that. And you can see, you know, the other one goes out to sea, the other one goes inland, and then after that, you know, and maybe even another system afterwards. So that's a lot of members, and we just saw that on the EPS a few minutes ago, which is very, very concerning. And then you take a look at the GFS, and I'm gonna compare here so you guys can see the differences. So this is the 12Z GFS, pretty much not really anything making landfall. European, complete opposite. And we are about 7 days out from this system, 6 to 7 days out from this system, potentially making a landfall. So Florida's not out of the question. It's not. And, you know, with the National Hurricane Center here, you know, this one right here, our red marked one, this one's going to more than likely go out to sea. It's just more than likely going to happen. This is the one we have a watch. There's a 60% chance of development right here. And, you know, it could either go as far, this looks really weird. It could either go as far as this area here, or it could go here. It could go here. It still could go out to sea. It's very possible. But that's not a trend you want to see. And I think the Google Deep AI runs, let me look at the Google and see if they've updated. Yeah, Google has not updated yet, which is a little weird. This was the 6Z from this morning. A lot of landfalls. So we've got every single ensemble except the GFS, go figure, which the GFS has been garbage anyway this year, showing a landfall next week. So we'll just have to watch it. And right now, guys, like I said, until we get a named storm, until we see pretty decent support on this and a trend with it, that is when we watch. Let me pull this back up here. There's Gabrielle. Gabrielle's going away. This is going to be our system right here is 94L. Let me actually zoom out so you guys can see here, and we'll get back to severe weather. Well, the GFS was showing it for the longest time. GFS has been awful. So this is the one that we have to watch that would potentially go this direction. This is 93L. 93L will get close and then more than likely recurve. But this is the one that we have to watch right here. This is where this is going to be going over the next couple of days. So, yeah, that's not a spread that you want to see on the ensembles today. This is not good. We don't like this. I mean, if you just look at this, this is by next Monday. This is going to recurve. Every single ensemble basically pulls this inland. I can't estimate what the intensity would be. There's no way to figure that out right now. So there is a decent chance we are covering a landfalling tropical storm or hurricane on the East Coast next week. We're going to hope and pray that this still goes out to sea. That's the best case scenario, legitimately. I'm about to get a thunderstorm outside. So that trend is not our friend. Poor North Carolina. They just can't catch a flip and break either. It just, literally, this would be the week that Helene happened too. This would be making landfall like 3 days to the year after Helene on the East Coast, except though. It's just, they can't catch a break. So the good news is, guys, and this is what I want you guys to understand. These will more than likely change again, hopefully in a different direction. So every 12 hours, these ensembles update. We get them morning and we get them night, or midday and we get them nighttime. So we will see as the next couple of days goes on what happens with this. I'm not banking on a landfall yet. I want to see trends. And right now, you know, until the system really develops, we'll see what happens. We'll get our next update here with these. We'll probably end up going high chance of development with this on the next update. This will probably go red instead of orange. And then once Google Deep AI updates, we'll talk about it then, because this model is from yesterday. So, all right, we are still waiting for our tornado watch, and we are still waiting for the day one to come out again. Egg, I don't see that. I don't think either one will fizzle out. I think we're going to get a system. It's just dependent. Now, these are some pretty impressive little supercells that we're getting here right now. I don't know that far out, Kayla, but I would just be paying attention because it is hurricane season, so that is something to kind of take note of. But that is a wild signal on Euro. Alrighty. Just looking at some more updates here. Alrighty. So that is going to be something we definitely will be keeping you guys updated on. We'll do another update on that later on tonight. I did see it. It drops it down, I think, 952, Aiden. But it pulls it out to C from what I saw, I think. Let me look at it briefly. Let me look at it briefly real quick on here, because I can't see it on there very well. I think, yeah, in the hurricane models aren't that great until these systems develop anyways. Yeah. Dude, look at the Horf go. That's crazy. Probably not going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. It also keeps it well away from where the ensembles are at. So this is in La La Land, but that's impressive. Anyways, that's for shits and giggles. Be a good case scenario, but you can't believe those hurricane models that far out. Alrighty, guys, we do have our first official supercell getting going here. Three little thunderstorms here. This could potentially be our first system or first storm to watch here. So we should be seeing that tornado watch coming here very, very soon. What is our kiddo doing? You guys might hear him screaming. He has therapy right now, so. He is on one today. Oh my gosh. He is living his best life. He is. If you guys don't know, our oldest is 7. He's nonverbal autistic, so he speaks through sounds and hand signals. He's got some speech. He's learning speech pretty well, but he's doing a pretty good job. Yeah, he's sweet. And then we have Hazel. Is that another severe thunderstorm warning? It's in the same spot there. St. Louis, Missouri is not expecting any severe weather today. Thank you guys for all the follows, by the way. I do appreciate it. Is Texas expecting anything? In Northeast Texas will have some severe weather today. Tomorrow will be more isolated across most of the state. Yeah, we're starting to see more supercells. This is going to have my attention right here. This little storm that's developing. We're just now finally starting to see, guys, after 2.5 hours of sitting here and hanging out, we're finally starting to see stuff get going. No, no rotation on these storms yet. We should get that tornado watch here at the top of the hour, I would think. Oh, you're fine, Danielle. You're fine. No, Oklahoma City's not going to get anything today. If you get anything, it'll be a general thunderstorm. All right, SPC is about to update in just a moment. I'm waiting to be put in a marginal risk at this point. I'm just waiting for it. They're just updating the day one outlook. At this point, we'll get 2 more day one outlooks, one here in 2 minutes, and then one at 8 p.m. and then that's it for the night, for the day, I should say. Yeah, ooh, interesting. So the 19Z now has 2 supercells just outside of Tulsa in an hour. So like I said, we're getting a very interesting kind of back and forth trend with these runs today. And that's, like I said, expected when you've got an interesting mode of severe weather. So I just don't really think anybody knows how these storms are going to happen this afternoon, other than we know that there's the chance for significant severe weather. It's a very big uptrend for supercells in northeast Oklahoma tonight. It's like up towards Bartlesville almost. Miles, very low in chance for wind and hail today for you up there. They may shift that enhanced risk south or expand it. Poplar Bluff right now is very low in severe weather. We're getting ready to get a day one outlook update, so I'm waiting for that to see if it changes or if they just keep it the same. I'm also watching the storms in my backyard because I'm about to get a storm as well. Hey, babe. Will you come here real quick? I open the store so you get back in. This is the 19Z her that's running right now. Come here.
I'm gonna look like a mess.
Just come here for a second. I want to show you this so you can watch right here. It says the new run that just came in. It's gonna put it right over her in 2 hours. Our watch is about to come out and this looks pretty decent.
Our watch?
No, her watch. This watch is about, the tornado watch is about to come out here. We had the mesoscale 2 hours ago. The day one's about to literally update here in just a second. I'm going to see if they shift this north. This was the 18Z, by the way, for us at midnight. It's pretty impressive, I think. And then, oh yeah, take a look at this. Look at the European ensembles for just now that just ran for our 94L.
Guys, I think he forgets that I actually watched the stream.
That's fine. Take a look at this.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, okay.
You were showing it on stream.
Well, I didn't know if you were watching or I didn't see it commenting, so. But yeah.
I literally commented earlier.
Oh.
Bro.
Oh. Here's for tomorrow, by the way. Decent shot at some cold air funnels. I just want to see if they're going to push that enhanced risk or push the marginal up. I think they kept it the same. It's coming in right now. We got little beans. Then all this mess. Okay. Well, if that clears out, that'll be round 1, and then we'll have that second round tonight. Models for the tropics don't update, guys, until way later, but I don't like this is concerning as heck. That's a tornado outbreak today. Waiting to happen. You might want to make a phone call in an hour when the watch comes out. They just expanded the enhanced risk, and there it is. The enhanced risk has just doubled in size, guys. As we expected, it shifted south. And the marginal risk is now for Illinois, southwestern Indiana, and a little bit more into Kentucky. It is for further southeast into Oklahoma and southwestern into Arkansas now. So I'll pull this up and you guys can see here. You can see the expansion pretty significantly here. You can see the bubble get bigger. So this is now where it's going to be at. It doubled in size, definitely. As we expected with the models that we're seeing currently right now. So this is how small it is before. You're about to see this thing expand in size pretty significantly. I'll talk about Kentucky here in a minute, but the marginal risk is now for Southern Illinois and Northwestern Kentucky. So that marginal risk just basically expanded up into here in a nutshell. That's the marginal risk. And then the enhanced risk just expanded a lot further south due to that, the runs that we've been having over the last little bit. And we're already starting to see supercells explode here. If you guys are not prepped now, you need to be prepped. I cannot talk. So this is the latest trend here. This is not a trend that we want to see. This is an explosion of supercells in the next hour or two in this quadrant here. And then we'll have a kind of a linear mode set up into Missouri later on this evening. And then these are going to track. This is not something we want to see. Less linear, more supercellular or clustered. This is going to allow for a pretty big event today. If you are in western and central Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma, like we are about to get slammed this afternoon. So once this stuff gets going, it's going to pick up significantly, meaning warnings after warnings after warnings. And here is that official update. We now have that enhanced risk just outside of Little Rock, Arkansas. They expanded the 10%. Okay, so they just added the tornado risks now into western Kentucky. So, Ro, we are now in a tornado risk tonight. Absolutely love that. I'm going to take a screenshot of this real quick. I love it, y'all. Let's freaking go. We were manifesting that too, just a little bit. I was like, they're going to end up pulling that 2% up. So guys, if y'all don't know, I'm not going to tell y'all exactly where I live, but we live right in here. Legitimately. And there's our tornado watch.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Love it. All right, we'll take a look at that here in just a moment. They did add a 30% wind threat. That is also where that enhanced expanded at. So for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour as well. So we'll talk about what that looks like here in just a moment. All right, Ro, that tornado risk is for this afternoon, just a heads up. So please be watching radar for us because our tornado risk is actually like now, basically in a nutshell. What are the odds, guys, that I get a tornado in my backyard today? Legitimately. So we're going to have to watch, once again, that tornado watch is now out. We'll have that come out here in just a moment. We are now watching supercells explode. Radar Omega has now updated. Here's the updated risk zone. So Evansville, Indiana, Henderson, Owensboro, Harrisburg, Carbondale, Illinois, Paducah, Madisonville, Hopkinsville. We now have that tornado risk that extends all the way out to western Kentucky. So I did not think we were going to get put in a tornado risk today, but we are. And we do now have a severe thunderstorm warning here just outside of Tahlequah. There's the rest of that watch.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Okay. Told y'all it's going to get busy. Busy, 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 busy. Hold on just a second. Okay. Sorry, I was making sure our weather team was knowing on what's going on here. Okay, as I was saying, let's go ahead and get that tornado watch popped up here. We'll pull that up so you guys can see what is going on. Here it is. It is for northwestern Arkansas. Pull this up so you guys can see. There we go. Northwestern Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Tulsa, McAllister, you were in that tornado watch. We now have Fort Smith, Fayetteville. You guys are also in that. Little Rock, you are not in that yet. We'll end up getting a severe thunderstorm watch for this area here in just a little bit. But it's based off of priority on when storms develop. So that tornado watch is officially out. That is out until 10 p.m. Central Time tonight. Let me pull that back up here again. So I will read out counties. I'm going to try not to butcher these counties, but bear with me here. We have in Arkansas, Benton, Conway, Franklin, Madison, Pope, Sebastian, Washington, Carroll, Crawford, Johnson, Newton, Scott, Stone, Yell, Cleburne, Faulkner, Logan, Perry, Searcy, and Van Buren County here in Arkansas. If you are in those counties, you are under a tornado watch until 10 p.m., which means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. And then in Oklahoma, we have Adair, Haskell, Mays, Okmulgee, Sequoia, Cherokee, Latimer, McIntosh, Pittsburgh, Tulsa, Delaware, LaFleur, Muskogee, I do that wrong every time, Rogers, and Wagoner. If you were in those counties, you were in that tornado watch that just got updated. And I want to read this because this is very, very important. It says a few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter. And then it says this in the summary. Scattered thunderstorms are forecast to develop and intensify this afternoon and persist into the evening. These stronger storms will likely become supercellular with all hazards being possible. A strong tornado is possible. EF2 to EF3 status. That is significant. Large hail and severe gusts resulting in damaging winds are also possible with most intense thunderstorms. The risk for damaging gusts will be probably peak during the evening when upscale growth into thunderstorm clusters is the forecast, basically. So that EF2 to EF3 status is a very large tornado, if you guys do not know that. And it's very rare that the National Weather Service actually puts the potential rating estimation in their watch box. So they are pretty confident on destructive tornadoes today in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Not everybody will hopefully see one. Hopefully nobody sees one, but that is where the potential is at. Paige, by the way, good to see you in here. I was wondering when I was actually going to see you hop in. Are you chasing today, Paige? That's probably a stupid question for me to ask, but I'm going to guess you are. So there is that watch. Alrighty. So we're going to keep updated on that. We'll see how things play out today. Ah, you couldn't get out of work. Darn it. It's a good setup, too. It's a very, very good setup. Probably one of the most intense setups we've had in quite some time, too, so... Yikes. All right, we're going to keep watching these severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to watch this line of storms. It's coming up here as well. Zoom that down here. There we go. Got some pretty decent rainfall as well coming towards western Kentucky, so we'll have to watch that, see if these storms end up refiring off down here. Nothing severe quite yet. Some storms down in Tennessee. And then we've got all of these severe thunderstorm warnings here in northern Arkansas for wind and for hail. Mountain View, you're in a 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning with 1.5-inch hail. And then we have Tahlequah. This is the first little beam here, supercell, that we're watching for potential tornado genesis. It's really just going to depend on how these storms stay supercellular and how long they stay for. Thank you guys for all the gifts, by the way. I do appreciate it very much. Get back here to that. Alrighty. All right, let me go talk to her real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna watch use my news channel. Oh, I appreciate that, Paige. I appreciate it. If you guys don't follow Paige, by the way, she's an amazing storm chaser. Another great person that supports the streams, and I really, really appreciate it. So make sure you guys pick her up in the chat, please, as well. Makes also amazing weather content in general. guys, I'm back. Sorry, I was trying to fix Rochelle's radar because it was not working weirdly enough. It's being stupid. Okay. All right, let's get back into these warnings here for you guys. All right, we do have still $half size hail on that warning. There is still nothing quite yet that is Torpos or anything, which is still good. Babe, if you need to use radar scope, use that one. It's a little bit better as well. It should work. Okay. So far, still nothing tornadic, guys. We're just watching radar at this point. Trying to figure out what's going to happen. I did not expect to get thrown in a tornado risk last minute today either, so. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, I appreciate that, Kay. We got you. That is the plan. We cover it all. Yeah, I'm watching the one up here. We now have 2-inch diameter hail here in Oklahoma. This is for just outside of Tahlequah. The storm's got the most potential to become tornadic first. Not seeing any inflow on this storm quite yet, but it's not going to take long. And then over here in Mountain View, we're watching that storm complex as well. Also watching over here, lots of rain headed towards Kentucky. Got storms up here as well in Western Kentucky, watching these.
A new severe thunderstorm watch
All
has
right,
been
there
issued.
is our severe thunderstorm watch. That's going to be for Texas and southern Oklahoma.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Not far from... Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah, you're going to be in that threat for all hazards today. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Ardmore, Oklahoma. This is going to be for Heldton, Wilson, Ardmore, and Springer.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A 2-inch hail up here, though, still in the storm. What a very interesting day today, guys. We went from looking at not too crazy of a day yesterday to like, now it's insane.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, we have that in, we have that watch down in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Now that severe thunderstorm watch just came out. Yeah, it's got a rain alert. Let's go. You guys might hear some rain and thunder outside here in a few minutes because we got storms in our backyard. Go figure, the one day I have to cover stream, I'm stuck inside. It always happens to me. Paducah, you guys got storms on your back doorstep right now. Now, this storm looks like this is going to be the first one to go tornadic. This is going to be just to the north of Tahlequah, and this is going to actually be headed towards Fayetteville. So if you are in Fayetteville, we got to be watching this storm. Doesn't have any, ridiculous rotation on it right now, but that can change. There we go. We're starting to see a little bit of rotation now on this storm. Yeah, Fayetteville also has a storm here to the east of it that looks a little impressive. We will probably have our first tornado warning here very soon. Yeah, there is spin. There is spin with this storm here. So Lincoln, Prairie Grove, Fayetteville. This is where we're watching out, guys. All right, that new severe thunderstorm watch is officially out as well.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Okay. I'm watching our storms too, guys, making sure, because we are in a tornado risk here as well over in Kentucky, so I'm just double checking and making sure as well. Because we have two littles. We have a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old. Every time, anytime we get a severe weather event, it never fails, and I get something in my backyard. Legitimately, and it's absolutely annoying. Lots of flash flood warnings on top of this as well. Okie dokie. Right now the warnings are in. We've actually only got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. One down here south of Ardmore, west of Ardmore, Oklahoma, for wind and hail. We've got one up here near Tahlequah that is trying to become tornadic. It's taking a little bit of time. And then we've got one over in Mountain View, Arkansas. Thank you guys for all the gifts. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Also watching some pretty intense storms down here in Tennessee and Kentucky as well, so that's what I'm also watching for. Interesting little line of storms down there. The good thing is, though, as of right now, guys, these storms are very clustered together. So that kind of helps, with the tornado threat just slightly doesn't mean we can't get tornadoes, but it does help. Just trying to find some positivity for you guys. Tulsa right now, you guys are fine right now. Tulsa's more conditional severe weather threat today. Okay. I wonder if we're getting some storms to merge here. Yeah, Fort Smith, Arkansas. We're getting a little storm here to the west of you guys popping up. Nothing severe on that one yet. Is anybody in the stream from Springfield, Missouri, just out of curiosity? Can anybody tell me if you're in Springfield, Missouri, if it's cloudy or sunny outside? Yeah, Fayetteville and Tahlequah both have rotation on them. Very weak rotation. It's cloudy. Okay, thank you guys. This gives me an idea on what's happening with the atmosphere a little bit. So the severe thunderstorm watch that's out just to the southeast of Oklahoma here in northeastern Texas is out till 10 p.m. as well. Very isolated tornado risk, but wind and hail threat are going to be the primary threat. So that includes portions of Ardmore is in that, and then the along the Red River into Texarkana. So. All right, I'm gonna take a little peep outside at my storm real quick. I'm gonna let y'all sit here, and I'm gonna leave radar up here for just a moment. A little bit intrigued on our storms. I'm gonna leave this up here on these storms in eastern Oklahoma here in Fayetteville so you guys can see this play out. So we'll keep you guys updated. I'll be right back.
A new MCD has been issued for this location.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was double checking and making sure we weren't going to have any issues with our storms coming. We should be good for now. So, all right, let's get back into this here. We are watching a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning here. This one is now tornado possible tagged, basically meaning that it now has the potential to produce a tornado. This is going to be for Fayetteville, Arkansas, West Fork, Elkins, Prairie Grove, and Lincoln. If you are in this warning here, this means that there is a potential for 1, 70-mile-per-hour winds, 2, half-dollar size hail, and 3, possibly a tornado. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this here on velocity and take a look at what this looks like, and we can see there is some rotation. There's actually a couple areas of rotation kind of embedded within this cluster of storms. One here just southwest of Lincoln and one here in West Fork. So if you're in this storm, even one up here near Fayetteville itself, you guys need to be taking this storm very, very seriously, because this may be our first storm of the day that actually produces a potential tornado / warning. So we're going to have to keep updated with that. We're still watching that storm down here in Arkansas, keeping you guys updated with that one here. Half-dollar size hail, couple of 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warnings, but outside of that, nothing crazy. We're still watching as well this little complex of storms out here in eastern Arkansas, some wind, some hail, but this is that main threat here that we're going to be watching, that is Torpos. So I could see a tornado warning issued being here soon. So we'll see what happens with this. It's literally right on top of the boundary as well. So taking a look outside of that there, heavy rainfall continuing to work its way through eastern Missouri, Washington, Kentucky. Got a line segment moving through here. Some storms out here in central Kentucky, mostly general thunderstorms. And then we'll see what happens later on this evening with these storms. So we'll come back over here and we'll take a look at that rotation again. We're going to stay on this storm in Fayetteville. Got anybody in Fayetteville, you need to be watching this. Please, 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 as always. We did get a mesoscale discussion for watch possible in Texas. That is for, I believe, the DFW area. So DFW, you're at a 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued. Probably won't happen. We'll see. We'll just see what happens. We'll go from there. Bentonville area, you guys are seeing some storms just to the north of you. Just to the north of you. We'll also just keep an eye on our storms and making sure nothing sneaky happens. Alrighty. Take a look at these instability. All right. So once again, Torpos severe thunderstorm warning, guys, here for the next 39 minutes. I'm not seeing anything crazy impressive in terms of rotation, but there is some rotation here. It's going to be embedded here between Prairie Grove and Stillwell. Outside of that, we're still seeing storms struggle a little bit to get themselves together, so that's something to also note. What's up, Meanders? The new HER model is going to come out here in just a moment as well, so we'll get an update on how things are going to look for again in the next hour. These models update every hour, so it's also good to see. Oh, I was looking at something, babe. I had to like click the frames to get to see the stuff. I'm looking at ensembles for just a moment. Okay. So far, so good, guys. Womp, womp, womp. Ro, that's your fault for not getting any sleep tonight, miss. Or last night. Or was that new warning app? Oh, it's down here in Oklahoma. Ardmore, you were in Ardmore and Dickinson, or Dixon is now in that warning. There we go. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything impressive out of these storms right now. We're just kind of waiting and playing the waiting game, guys. Playing the waiting game. Henrietta, Oklahoma so far is doing pretty good. Do I stream why storms are happening? Absolutely, they are happening. That is what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's possible tornado tag on that one in Fayetteville. Correct. There's a little bit of like a core lap. There's really two areas, technically three areas of rotation still in the storm. West Fork, Prairie Grove, and then down here. It's not anything like super impressive. So in reality, if they wanted to like tornado warn the whole box, they could. But I don't know if they will or not. Not the lightning alert, babe. We just got a lightning alert. Oh, for Texas. Texas is very, very isolated today. Very isolated. So you may get some wind and some hail out there today. Just depends on where you're at. If you guys are tapping that screen, I really appreciate it, by the way. I got 20,000 likes. Y'all are awesome. Yeah, lots of clustering, so little bit different than what the models were showing. Basically meaning we're seeing more clustering of storms, more of a wind and hail threat right now. Still have an isolated tornado threat embedded within this cluster of storms, but right now nothing really super cellular is holding true right now, which is great to see. We'll see what happens. McAllister, you guys are in that slight, yeah, you're in that slight risk almost enhanced risk. So all modes of severe weather are going to be possible through the evening here. We'll be watching to see if we get any storms that pop up south of you or west of you. Oh, no, you're fine, Faith. You were all good. I was confused. Like, I thought you, like, we've had a lot of ridiculous comments today, so I didn't know if I want to speculate on it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Not a problem at all. I am Tornado. I am. Yeah, Fort Worth, you got some storms actually to the west of you guys here. Little thunderstorms popping up. You might see some wind and some hail today, if anything. It's not going to be anything too impressive, though. Yep, not a problem. Alrighty. Yeah, 30 minutes left on that tour past severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, if you're in West Fork, Elkins, Prairie Grove, Fayetteville, Elm Springs, you were under a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit more rotation here east of West Fork, and then we've got that hail threat with this as well. If we can get today's storms to go more linear and stay less discrete, then it's really going to hopefully eliminate that tornado risk today. We got lots of flash flood warnings, lots of flash flooding ongoing as well on top of these warnings. So make sure you guys are turning around and don't drown in. This line of storms and cluster of storms up here in the Kentucky is starting to fall apart as well. Got some storms over here in central Kentucky as well. I don't know, Fort Smith, you got some storms developing to the southwest of you. We'll see. There's a little bit more of a favorable environment down in this area here, which is definitely going to be possible for, a strong tornado or two. We're just going to have to see. A lot of these storms are staying kind of clustered together and struggling a little bit. So I haven't seen anything by far near anything impressive yet. Yes, there's a tornado watch in Fort Smith right now. It's until 10 p.m. Central Time. We still have 5,000 Cape in eastern Oklahoma, so there is lots of instability for these storms to work in. Lots of instability. This is Fayetteville, Arkansas that we're watching right now. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning we got, guys, other than the one down in southern Oklahoma. Very slow initiation today. Initiation, I should say. I'm not surprised, honestly. They're giving the way yesterday went. Not surprised at all. What's up, Cole? We wouldn't be lucky to get 2 back to back. Hopefully that would be the case. That's always what we wish for. We always wish for these systems to bust and not come to fruition, but you never know. I really think anything's on the table. Yeah, it's been enhanced since this morning. Yeah, we've had a couple 15% tornado risks this year, but it's been since, I think, July, since the last one we had. Oh, I'm good, Egg. I'm ready for some storms in my backyard, legitimately. Ro, watch the one south, by the way, if you know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the one. That is zit in my nose. It's hurting horribly wrong. Pretty sure I did not want to watch me take a zit out of my nose. Alright, sorry, Paul. That would have, yeah, y'all did not want to enjoy watching that. Alrighty. Alright, so they took the Torpos label off the Storm. Guys, please stop spamming the same questions. I'm not talking about tomorrow or Thursday right now because there's no need to. If you're in that risk on Thursday, you're going to be okay. Hello, Kelly. Absolutely not, Ro. Absolutely not. Not the random severe thunderstorm. Wow, we got a Torpos over here in central Tennessee. This is just east of Jackson, Tennessee. That's crazy, y'all. Thank you guys for the gifts, by the way. Thank you, Manders. All right. So this is going to be for Parsons and Decaturville. Little Torpos severe thunderstorm warning. Not a lot going on. We're definitely seeing a big downtrend as well on the model runs coming in right now. So that's good to see as well. I could see it happening. We'll give it a little bit longer here till about 5 o'clock, and if we're not getting anything too crazy, then we may end stream early tonight, guys. We'll see what happens. We like busted risk zones. Whoa, why does it look like that? I do like to jinx things. That's true as well. Got a little storm up here near Marble City here. Sally Saul. Someone said I'm hungry, lol. I wouldn't say it's models overperforming. I think it's just sometimes these messy, complex setups are complex to set up legitimately. We'll just see. We got a little storm over here west of Tulsa, so it only takes one in this type of environment to cause a problem, which is what we, don't want to see happen. So the Icon model that's coming in right now has a tropical storm making landfall in the Bahamas on Saturday and a hurricane just to the east of it. Love that. That's awesome. Four corners right now. Shouldn't be much of an issue. I think you guys are going to be pretty chill for a good amount of time. We're going to be having a ridge over there, which is going to keep things mostly quiet. Thank you for the rose, Mama. I appreciate you.
Real quickly, Blondie, respectfully, that's why I came in here. No, wait. Blondie, respectfully, he knows I love him and I joke around with him. So
she's good, guys. She jokes with me in the chat a lot. She's fine.
Yeah, don't come at me sideways, because I'm not the one.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
I'll be reading in chat, guys. No need for that crap. Be respectful in chat, please. Okay. Yeah, guys, Ro will come in and torch you if you're rude in chat. There's no need for that. No need for that. So we still got this severe thunderstorm warning here in Fayetteville for about 10 more minutes. I am watching this storm over here near Fort Smith. This one also has the potential maybe to do something down the road. We'll see. We've also got a storm over here west of Tulsa still. Is it cluster training? It's possible. It's moving very, very slow as well. Anything up by Indiana? Not as of right now, no. Just general thunderstorms, if anything. Yep, not a problem. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. We're also still watching that severe thunderstorm warning over here in Tennessee that does have a Torpos label on it as well. So I am watching. A little bit of rotation over here near Decaturville. A little bit of spin. Excuse me. Good afternoon, guys. What's up, Brian? What's up, guys? Is Mississippi going to get this tonight? I don't think you guys are going to get anything crazy at all. If anything, just general thunderstorms. We are struggling to get anything severe-wise really going other than new severe thunderstorm warning here for this line of thunderstorms. Does this have a little outflow boundary on it as well, but this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. West Fork, Elkins, and Huntsville. Cincinnati's not getting anything tonight other than general thunderstorms and rain. No, Brian, they have the 10% out. It's still out. Yeah, it's still out, dude. Yeah, we do have the 10% out still, which right now there's not much happening in the 10%. It's always good to see. We're also waiting to see if storms are going to fire up here north of Joplin. We have a conditional wind and hail threat up there this afternoon as well. So that'll be south of Kansas City that potentially could see some storms later on this evening. Nothing too crazy severe, but there is definitely some fail modes today. So we'll like I said, just see what happens. Yeah, Tulsa Storm is struggling as well. I really wonder if we're just going to get too much over convection today and it's going to basically kill this whole event, which would be awesome. Okay. Overconvection just basically means there's too many thunderstorms out there for storms to do anything impressive in. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. We do now have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Clinton, Arkansas for a little wind event coming through here. Actually, this looks pretty decent as well in terms of velocity. We may have a little bit of rotation with this storm as well here. So this is going to be just to the northwest of Clinton, Fairfield Bay here. 60-mile-per-hour winds at least here. Maybe a little bit of a spin with this as well. So we'll keep an update on that. This storm is developing. The one in Sallisaw is also developing. Okie dokie. How long will take? How long will this be going on through Northwest Arkansas? For a majority of the day, we got a long way to go before these storms are at least semi done and over with. They got to watch these track across the whole entire state today, and then there's going to be a new area of convection that develops later on this afternoon up here in the north central portions of Missouri. So, like I said, today is not going as planned, which is great. Lesser of a risk, hopefully. At the end of the day, here we've still got a good amount of time to go. So. Okay. Yeah, we're watching the storm here that's basically on top of Sally. Saw a little bit of wind, a little bit of hail. Not anything severe, though, right now. Not the ant. Why is there an ant on my hand? What the heck? I don't know where that came from. I feel like this year, guys, we've had way more busted risk zone coverages than we've actually had verified. It seems to be most of our moderate risk zones this year have verified, especially back in spring, and our high risks verify. But it's like these enhanced risks are so weird. If it goes enhanced, then nothing happens. If it stays slight, something happens. It's so weird. Legitimately, like it's really, really weird. If you're on my weather team, you definitely know about that for sure. Mm. We'll give it a little bit longer and see what happens here. Starting to see some more storms here kind of merging. Sally Saw just had a general thunderstorm. There was no tornado. All right, hold on just another second, y'all. All right, I'm back. All right, let me get an update on some of these model runs and see what we're looking at for the rest of the evening. It's just so weird how, like, just chill it is today. Was not expecting another bus today whatsoever. But it's a good thing. Yeah, it looks like our tornado threat is downtrending significantly, which is awesome, awesome to see. Guys, we may end up with a nothing burger today. Legitimately. We may legitimately end up with a nothing burger. Again, 2 days in a row. Wouldn't surprise me, though. So we're going to give it just a little bit longer here and see what happens. And then if nothing changes, we don't get any warnings or anything, we'll probably call stream and we'll be on standby in case something happens. I'm in Western Kentucky. So. It's like with the one time we get severe weather back and it just doesn't do nothing. We do got storms up here and some rain showers approaching Kentucky and southern Indiana, but these are mostly just general thunderstorms. This will be line batch 1. We are going to see, I'll show you guys the radar here. We are going to see some new storms fire out of southern Missouri later on tonight, and you can see those storms grow upscale, and then eventually get some complexes storms here tonight around 3 o'clock in the morning for Indiana, Kentucky. You'll see a pretty potential little nasty line of thunderstorms coming through here. So this is around 3, 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So definitely need to go to bed with alerts on your phones tonight if you're up into Kentucky and southern Indiana and Illinois. We'll talk more about that again here if that trends. Just not seeing a lot of anything tonight. This is very unimpressive. Very, very, very unimpressive. Definitely still could see some storms across Oklahoma here too, though. So we're kind of waiting to see if we're going to get any discrete cell potentially going here. If not, we're going to have basically just a line of thunderstorms. Because I'm not seeing anything that's rotating right now. Yes, there's still flash flood warnings out, correct, as well. Okay. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. I do, I do. Do. Too much overlevel shearing. That's possible. I think there's a bunch of different reasons on why we're going to be getting not a lot today. Over convection one, training of thunderstorms. We still got a little small chance today, but I don't think it's going to be anything near what was forecasted here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now here just north of Fort Smith for wind and hail. That's very true as well, Brian. I agree with that. Okay, okay. Oh, I gotta tell Ro this. right, I'm back, y'all. Sorry, I was talking to Roe again for a second. Okie dokie. We are struggling with storms today. That is for sure. Okay. Thank you, Katie and Meg, also for all the gifts. I do appreciate it very much. So, y'all, we're going to give it a little bit longer here, about 15 to 30 more minutes, see if anything crazy happens. If not, we'll hop off stream, and we'll just be on standby if any warnings or anything crazy happens. I don't want to waste my team's time, and I don't want to waste y'all's time in terms of just sitting on here and kind of hanging around. But we'll be, like I said, on that standby if anything changes. Let me look at an updated run here, see if we have anything else. What's up, JC? We'll do a Tropics update. We're going to do another stream tonight as well and talk about Tropics, and we'll run through tomorrow as well tonight. So we'll do another stream later. So we're really just looking at severe weather right now. Damaging winds and hail is mostly the main threat. Right now, today's severe weather threat is definitely underperforming. That could be due to shear being an issue in terms of upper level winds. That could be due to too much convection. There's about a million different scenarios on why today is, underperforming. And today was more of a conditional Taurus. I kind of talked to you guys about that going into the stream today. More on that conditional side of things. So it wasn't a slam dunk like, hey, we're going to get like a big outbreak. It was definitely on the table possibly today. So do want to watch this little storm over here near north of Clarksville as well. This may have a little bit of rotation with it. Yeah, Western Kentucky will be getting some storms. We're seeing the storms move in right now. There'll be another batch of storms that comes through tonight as well. Also, guys, if you are interested in joining our weather team, we are looking for more mods and people that would like to help on the team in terms of streams. If you are interested in that, would like to learn about the weather, all of that lovely stuff, send Spider a message. She helps run the team. She actually basically does run the team. And we will get you guys taken care of. Also, Paige and Beck, thank you guys for the gifts. As always, I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you guys for the follows. At this point, I think I'm just ready for snow season to get here. It's like every severe weather event we get almost busts here recently. The thermos still look very, very impressive today, at least as of right now along the warm front, but we're, like I said, just seeing a lot of over-convection right now. Definitely looks like these storms are going to go linear. Unless we can get anything developing up here along the cold front. I'm not seeing anything over there, though. Doing good, Meg. Doing good. Dallas, Texas, you got a chance at an isolated thunderstorm. Maybe some wind and some hail associated with some of these out there, but nothing really tornadic at all. Is that a 70? Oh, we finally got a 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So that damaging wind threat may validate today. That is 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning, guys. Considerable threat tag. This is going to be for Madison County, Franklin County, Crawford County, Washington County, Arkansas. It's going to be for Ozark. Severe weather tonight in western Kentucky is possible. There's a isolated tornado risk that goes out through midnight tonight, or a little bit after that. So we'll just kind of have to see how convection goes. We are going to start to see some broad thunderstorm development up here in central Missouri again, and whatever develops will start to kind of work its way eastward along the low pressure system that's going to be coming through. So I'll be watching that tonight because I'm included in that. But right now, just some general thunderstorms, some rain showers. Most of this is an MCS that moved through the state today. Most of this rain is actually fizzling out. So, something to kind of note of here, especially if you're up in Illinois, Indiana, nice little showers coming through. And then behind that, we may get some more instability that works in later on tonight and kind of give us a chance at some more storms again. Very, very possible, though. Do got some stronger storms down here towards Tennessee, though. Any weather for Oklahoma? Eastern Oklahoma has a chance still at a couple tornadoes today. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning down here towards Tupelo and Centrahoma and Stonewall until for the next 37 minutes. $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But other than that, there's just really just mostly general thunderstorms right now. I do think we are potentially escaping. It looks to be our worst event today without any potential tornadoes. We'll go back and look at this tomorrow and talk on why it didn't happen and what factors led to it not happening. Yeah, that's something I'm watching as well, Brian. We'll have to watch that QLCS threat and see what it does. I'm watching the 18Z GFS run come in and seeing what it's going to do with the tropics as well. All right, new 21Z Her is loading in. We'll see what it does. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings for wind and for hail. There is possibly a chance too, guys, that once this line of storms forms, that we do have enough low-level shear to allow for potential QLCS tornado threat this evening as well across the state here. So it's something we're watching as well. Hi, Sooner fan. Hello, Hannah. Hannah, looks like between midnight and 4 a.m. is our time frame tonight. Damaging winds and spin-up tornadoes be for our area tonight. And it actually looks pretty interesting. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are probably, there's going to be some people that go back and look at my video or my forecast and be like, oh, nothing happened. You know, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you're right. Nothing did happen. But that's part of severe weather. You can't be right to the T, and we would rather it not happen than it happen. So I don't issue these risk zones. The Storm Prediction Center does. So I just vouch that and give you guys the tea on what's going to happen. There'll be somebody that goes into the video and says that. Even after, oh yeah, absolutely, Hannah. The low will have to move through. Yeah, our main event's not till tonight. This is just rain coming through. We got a long night in front of us tonight. Oh, we now got a tour past severe thunderstorm warning. This is over here south of Mountain View. A little bit of a rotation here near Shirley and Fairfield Bay. A little bit of spin here. Oh, I appreciate that, Ash. I appreciate it. Little bit of spinny spin over here. Hannah, you're about to get a bunch of storms here in a second. Texas is still pretty chill. No warnings, just mostly general thunderstorms out here west of Dallas. Not a problem. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I'm getting 100 followers on the stream today. You guys are crushing it. Even though not a lot's happened other than some significant flooding, which is still a big deal. Do 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 do. No, you're fine. You're fine, Sierra. I want to watch this little supercell here north of Clarksville as well. Oh, new flash flood warning. Rogers is good as of right now. You'll probably see some storms here in just a little bit. Northwest Arkansas will still have that severe threat until that risk zone drops. We're kind of like in a hole right now where we're not seeing a lot of anything, so doesn't mean you're done for the day, but it is a good sign. Yeah, Little Rock, these storms are moving southeast, so they will be heading your direction with wind and hail as we progress through the rest of the evening here as well. The fact that it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon already is crazy. We've literally been live for 4.5 hours. Crazy stuff. We do got some storms popping over here as well in Texas, so... we now got a severe thunderstorm warning with golf ball size hail. Yeah, I didn't see anything either on that sky. That's weird. Interesting. Interesting. Um, Also, guys, thank you to my weather team for being in here. I really do appreciate you guys. You guys have been doing super, super awesome today. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Even though it's not much going on, other than a couple of wind and hail warnings. Is it going to touch Memphis at all? These storms are headed towards Memphis slowly. Like I said, an east, kind of southeast motion here. Storms are riding basically the warm front right now. I could see a tornado warning being... We haven't had any tornado warnings today yet, so I could see one being issued here maybe in a few minutes for Fairfield Bay and Greer's Ferry. There is some rotation here. No, we haven't had any confirmed yet today. Hannah, by the way, you're getting ready to get a nasty storm. I was gonna message you, but I thought I'd just tell you. Oh yeah, there still will be another one tonight. I wish we can get a mesoscale discussion for what's happening right now. I would love an explanation on this. They're watching storms just outside of Tulsa there as well. So keeping tabs on that. Nothing severe on those storms yet. Special weather statement. Yeah, it's probably gonna be for 50-mile-per-hour winds or some small hail. Typically what those are for. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, y'all. It's a boring stream. It feels like it is, other than some of these warnings that we have out there. It's always good, though, when it's boring. Oh, man. I do appreciate y'all for sticking with us, though. So we're still watching most of these storms with some wind and some hail. A little bit of rotation maybe developing on this storm here east of Stigler. We're going to keep an eye on that. I know, bro, you've said a couple things on that one. Maybe something up here near Muldrow, and then we're watching that Tauropas over here east of Clinton now. Keep tabs on both of those. Not the severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. Yeah, there's not been any tornado warnings issued right now. Got all today so far. Surprised I haven't made the storm down here south of Sally Saltor Posh yet either. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. Thank you, Shells. Thank you, Sarah. St. Louis is mostly just going to be seeing some heavy rainfall. Oh, finally getting storms up here in southern Missouri. There we go. Finally seeing some action going up there. What's up, Claire? Still got some rotation on this storm in Fairfield Bay, Arkansas. Greens Ferry as well. Yeah, still definitely got some rotation on this storm. Very, very weak to moderate rotation, but no warning on that storm quite yet. So these storms are trying to rotate. They're just not getting to that point yet. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. We've got Gertie and Stewart. 1.5 inch or 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that one. Do I think tornadoes are going to form soon? Hopefully not. I'm not seeing anything impressive yet today. Damage reported in Sally Saw. I keep seeing people say that, but we never had a tornado. It must have been from a wind gust. There was never a tornado report or anything like that. I'll have to wait and see when that report officially comes in. From what I've heard, must have been wind. Thank you, Allie, for the rose. Thank you, guys. Somebody else said earlier it was wind. Yeah, I was gonna say definitely. I thought it was wind as well. All right. We no longer have anything that is Torpos, just wind and hail. And I think that's going to be the main threat today now, honestly. We'll probably, guys, honestly end up wrapping up stream here in the next few minutes. We've been on here for 5 hours and not a single tornado warning yet. I said, I definitely know you have been, Justin, that's for sure. Yep. Guys, we'll probably go ahead and call stream at 5:30. And we're going to do another update tonight once I get some Tropic information, and we need to do a Tropics talk, and we'll do that later on this evening. So if you guys haven't followed yet, hit that follow button. If you haven't subbed yet on YouTube, definitely do that as well. We'll be on standby in case something else happens, but I don't see the need to stay on here any longer with just this wind and hail threat happening. We're pretty much almost done with the enhanced risk. Thank you, Kim, for all the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we've not had any confirmed tornadoes today, guys. Are they going to become stronger as they moved east? There's a chance for that, 60 to 70 plus mile an hour wind threat here, but so the models have just struggled today with trying to capture this whole thing, and the storms themselves are struggling to, basically stay functional. So besides the little bit of hail, a little bit of wind, mostly this is a flooding event. Under the tornado watch till 10. Yeah, the watch will probably expire sooner once the storms move through. So we'll be on standby if it starts to get crazy. Um, They think there was a small tornado in Tally, so I can't say no to that, but there definitely was no rotation on the storm when we were watching it earlier. I did not see anything. It was only warned for wind and hail, though, too. Could have been a microburst as well. Norman is completely fine. Not expecting any severe weather, other than maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds if you get anything. I think you guys are going to be okay, though. Get some strong storms up here. So. There's some stronger winds here. 60+ mile an hour winds getting ready to come into Fort Smith. A warning's out for the next 19 minutes. Another flash flood warning. Yeah, not much of anything. Not a problem, Mackenzie. Appreciate you. I do appreciate all you guys in here for the follows, for the gifts, for the taps. You guys have been crushing it. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark on the stream, which means we're getting ready to get off here for a little bit. Kentucky will have a round of storms later on tonight. The potential for a low and severe weather risk. Mostly Western Kentucky, you'll see that. Can somebody block Preston or Presley? He's being a child. Or I'll do it. Guys, once again, if you're going to come in the chat and you're going to be rude as fuck, you can leave. It's that simple. There's no need to that. The weather team is literally in here answering questions and trying to help give out information, and some of y'all are just being complete assholes, which there's no reason for. Enough of that crap. Let's all be grown adults and not be children. Jesus Christ, like, that's insane. Absolute insane. Got children in here arguing with grown adults. That's just crazy. Or it's adults being children. Whichever one it is today. I don't know what it is. I know you were, babe. I know you were. It's fine. I know, right? It's crazy. Excuse me. We're gonna be wrapping up stream here in just a second, guys. Just for a little bit. Like I said, if something changes, we'll hop back on here. Yeah, literally stuff. I know everybody's going after Rochelle today. I don't know why. It's crazy. We're getting an update right now. I'll talk about it in stream tonight. We do another little update stream tonight potentially. New stuff's coming in right now. Really not much of a change in terms of what we were seeing earlier. So. Yeah, Western Kentucky will
A
have
new
to.
MCD has been issued for this location.
All right, we'll take a look at that here in just a second. Yeah, we'll have to watch in Western Kentucky for some isolated low and severe weather risks tonight. With an isolated tornado threat or wind threat, but right now things just really nothing looks impressive today. It's just we're really not getting a lot. Waiting for that new meso skill discussion to pop up. East Tennessee tomorrow will have a chance at an isolated wind threat of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe a brief tornado. I'll know more about that tomorrow when overnight stuff comes out tonight. I'm gonna read this new meso skill discussion that just came out, and then I'll see what we'll do. Some pretty nice storms up here trying to develop south of Springfield. What's up, Katie? We've just had trolls all day trying to attack Row, and I don't know why today it's just that way. God. All right, there's that new mesoscale. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know a lot of people are talking about Sally Saul. Could have been a tornado, could have been a microburst, could have been wind. We'll figure that out over the next couple of days. There never was a tornado warning. We haven't had any tornado warnings today, so that's also interesting to note. Yeah, the mesoscale discussion is basically saying that it's leaning more towards a damaging wind and hail threat. So guys, we're gonna wrap up stream here in about 4 minutes. If you haven't followed me yet, hit that follow button. I'm gonna get off here, take a break. We've been on here for literally 5 hours. If it, for whatever reason, decides to get crazy, we'll come back on here. But I think most of Arkansas and Oklahoma, Texas are mostly just gonna see that damaging wind and hail threat this evening, which is pretty mute. 70-mile-per-hour winds, if that, and then 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on that, and if anything changes, we're going to do another update stream more than likely later on tonight as well, so. Mesomat is also very hungry. I do appreciate you guys very much. Oh, I got the little thingy, the hourglass thingy. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, why are we getting... Let me look at this. I have yet to see any updates on a tornado that hit Sally Saul. I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on a minute. I've yet to see any storm chasers or Mets talk about it on X, so that I don't know if you guys are, if that's a lie or what happened with that. We're gonna take a look at this. Never had a tornado warning in Sally Saul. We had a thunderstorm come through with a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We're gonna see if we can find this. Hold on a minute. We've been watching storms for the last 5 hours and did not see anything, any sort of that. Yes, guys, I know I'm on mute. Me and Rochelle are discussing something. Hold on. Okay, guys, so we were going back and looking at stuff. I saw the pictures. A roof got ripped off of a hospital building is what happened. So there's two situations here because it's not been a confirmed tornado, like physically from the National Weather Service office. People are going to say it's a tornado because a roof got ripped off of a building. That's technically not supposed to have that happen, especially with 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's two scenarios. I went back here and looked at the radar. There's a small chance that there could have been a brief weak tornado, but there's also a chance this also could have been a microburst. A microburst is basically when a thunderstorm basically explodes up out of nowhere. It pops up and then it collapses down. And if you look back at the reflectivity here over Sallisaw, because we were tracking the storm at the time that it was severe warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Never had a tornado warning on it or anything. This storm exploded. Little storm here. Boom, boom, boom. Could have had a brief weak, I mean, very, very weak spin up tornado, but this also could have been a microburst. And a microburst can cause roof damage, and you just look up what a microburst is and you can understand what that is. So we could have seen a confirmed tornado here and we could have seen a microburst. We're going to have to wait for the National Weather Service office to actually go out there and look at what the damage was. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a confirmed tornado when it's not a confirmed tornado, and I'm not going to sit here and say it's a microburst when it's not a microburst. So until we get that official designation from the National Weather Service, there's damage. It could be from wind or it could have been from a tornado. So I saw the pictures. It doesn't look like anything significant happened other than a little bit of a roof came off of a low-end a very not great looking building. So we'll take a look at that more once we get more reports in. So I wasn't seeing anything on social media about it because it's such a small area that it happened in. So yeah, microbursts can do lots of damage. And sometimes when you look at these little storms, this does not look like a tornadic storm. It looks like it's a microburst. So like I said, we'll figure that out over the next couple of days once that happens. But I do appreciate you guys for letting me know about that, because I did not know about that until you guys started saying something. So because we've not had a single tornado warning today. We've literally had nothing other than wind and hail out there. So it makes me morally think that this was a wind microburst than anything else. So microbursts are horrible when they do happen. So we'll see what happens when NWS gets that. They may give it an EF0 tornado rating, or they may give it a microburst, but that's going to take some time to get that answer figured out. So lots of time to watch that. So, but y'all, we've just got some 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Not too much going on. We're going to wrap up stream here for a little bit and take a break. I will look over some data, figure out some things. If we get anything crazy that happens while I'm gone, I'll hop back on here if I need to hop back on here. But other than that, excuse me, if you're in Arkansas tonight, just stay weather aware. Eastern and southeastern Arkansas, Missouri, stay aware. Eastern Oklahoma, you could still see a couple more severe storms out there. But I think mostly today's event is a pretty big dud. We'll just be on standby in case something changes or if something happens. So I love y'all. I appreciate all the follows. Thank you for all the subs on YouTube as well. Thank you for the taps on both platforms, for the gifts, for the support. You guys are awesome. I will see everybody back in here again tonight for God, I can't talk today. I'll see everybody back in here tonight for a Tropics update. And we will see you guys back in here again in just a little bit. Be safe, y'all.